Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the top with the two main title fights that await us. The first one, the Featherweight Combat matchup. Please welcome first, Mr. Raymond Akert. Razor hitting the scale at 65.8 kilos. Please welcome his opponent, challenging for the combat title, the first of its kind, Mr. Cedric Doyle.
By Theodore Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never know victory nor defeat. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Submission Kings Winner Takes All 7, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. A warm welcome for those watching around the world. Al Bishop, Ty Woodley, we're live. It's Winner Takes All 7. It feels like we were here just the other day, but history beckons. Al, 10 super fights and 3 titles on the line.
Yeah, look, yes, it's going to be a massive night. I'm super excited. Obviously, there's a lot of matchups in here we've been dwelling on for a long time. To get some closure on the welterweight division, obviously Christian Camp versus Desdi Faithful. It's a massive matchup. These guys know each other really well. 2 guys really hitting a rich vein of form. Cedric Doyle versus Raymond Akert for the first ever combat title. One that we knew would happen immediately when we started discussing that title. So super happy it's come to fruition. I think everybody's in for a major treat. We're seeing guys level up at every single event. This is our 7th of this format, so I think we're going to be in for a massive treat here tonight.
Ty Woodley joins us on commentary. Welcome to the family. I know Sasha Robinson is with you on call tonight. What are you looking forward to most of all? I know he's taken all the good stuff, hasn't he? But what are you looking forward to?
So yes, I'm excited to be on the mat tonight, particularly given the great job that Big Al and Justin have done to put this card together. You know, the pick of the bunch for me is the 8th man. It throws so many balls up in the air. Fighters have to go through 3 rounds to make it to the final for the title. There's money on the line, and then just when you needed a little bit more drama, Zakir Badat, one of the favorites, drops out. Enter Carl Lundy after tearing through ADCC this weekend and taking gold. Tell me about drama.
That's exciting times. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Also, we've got the women's bantamweights in action tonight. We've just had Women's Month here in South Africa, but it obviously is all about building up the women's division and women's jiu-jitsu in South Africa.
100% yes. So interestingly, bantamweight division begging for a champion. There's another matchup in there potentially we can look at as an opponent for Monique van Staden going forward. So a lot of stuff we're watching and waiting to see. We're offering matchup to the ladies, and we want to see, put your hand up, you know, show us you're going to be champion. That's what we want. We've got the youngster Lazarne Esterhazen, who put on a massive performance at the last time out. So she's got another test in front of her. We've got to see how she performs. And I think they call Carla Carrera the mauler for a reason, and I think she's going to have a very similar style matchup when she gets in the middle here tonight.
Yeah, just before we get to the rules, Ty, that matchup is an interesting one. What do you make of it, and what are you kind of looking forward to?
Look, I think Razani has shown up in this tournament. You know, she really, in this type of format, under the lights, she shows up. But Carla is a tough opposition. And, you know, this may be a title contention match. We think that this division requires that title. So big ups to both of those girls. And, you know, go all out. Don't leave it to don't leave it to the end and chance the 50-50.
Al, in terms of the rules, once again, it's about, you know, putting on a show. It's about getting the attention of our audience here and those watching around the world online.
Correct. So obviously submission only, as we know, as jiu-jitsu practitioners, has a lot of pros and a lot of cons. We've tried to adjust where we can to really make things high action. We want to see submissions. We've got a great sponsor in Olika Saz who's incentivized submissions here tonight, and a big ups to Quentin White and his team. So that's what we want. We've made the 8-man 6 minutes long in the preliminary rounds because we want to see pace. The pressure's on you to go out and get a submission. Especially in the 8-man, you want to get rid of your opponents as fast as possible. You don't want to get to the end of the line and be tired, you know? And I think everybody here wants to take advantage of the platform, get good submissions, and go from there. So our referees have been told, you know, to keep the pressure on. Don't let any stalling happen, especially in the stand-up positions. Let's get that to the ground and let's get the action going. You know, you've got a mix of 6-minute rounds with 1-minute overtime rounds, and then 8-minute rounds with 2-minute overtime rounds, and obviously the finals at 10 minutes. Submission only rule set, everything goes barring a Z-lock. So yeah, super exciting, and we're going to see some high-level stuff.
Well, there's a lot on the line here. It promises to be a fascinating evening right here at Winner Takes All 7.
The CMH Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As always, none of this would be possible without the amazing help and generosity from our partners. The incredible efforts and investment into our sport from CMH is immensely appreciated. Our amazing friends at Proton with their expanding family, and now introducing the jaw-dropping 7-seater X90. Keep moving forward with Sim South Africa, our broadcast partners, Vision View TV, our amazing venue at 133rd on First, the Blue Line, Gasoline, Denim Co., Smack Solutions, Glacier Ice Baths, and a very special mention to our friends at Afirca Size who have sponsored all of tonight's submissions bonuses.
Good evening, fight fans, and we are live. My name is Ty Mudley, and joining me in co-commentary this evening, for the first half of the evening at least, is Sasha Robinson. Sasha, let's get the action underway. Our juniors get it underway tonight. A young JJ Karajanidis comes in for his second match at WTA, with Martin Bezuidenhout making his debut. This match will be contested at 70 kgs. My main man CS, let's get it going.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into the action. Leading the charge on tonight's action-packed card is a pair of supercharged lightweights, both in a rich vein of form and competition and looking to make their mark on Submission King's stage. Fighting out of the red corner, representing BJ MMA, please welcome JJ Karajanidis. His opponent represents Vickers-Swart Grappling and fights out of the blue corner. Please welcome Martin Bezuidenhout. And your referee in charge of this one is Kirk Bloomer.
Well, Sasha Robinson, are you ready for this? You're one of the only people up in the commentary team tonight that have been on the WTA stage. You know, what's going through the minds of these juniors getting the action underway?
I think there's a lot of adrenaline going on at the moment. I think they're very nervous, but when you have that first touch, that first impact, like once you're in it, you're fine. I think it's just settling down now and just realizing you actually know jiu-jitsu. You know, you've been doing this for how long?
Yeah, well, it's a difficult proposition to be out first tonight, but what a fantastic opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a lot of wrestling. I think that's where you establish most of the respect, right?
Oh, they're starting to tie it up. There's an underhook on either side. Both guys focusing on their wrestling. Oh, there we go, front headlock. Will Martin bring him down to the ground?
Got to fight those hands.
Okay.
I think now you can see that they're settling in a bit.
They are settling in a bit. You know, JJ working on those hands, trying to get them off of his neck. But Martin brings him down to the ground very nicely. Probably look to get to the back. And, guillotine attempt. That's a no arm in. He's probably going to need to raise that elbow to the roof.
Maybe a von der Fluke if it can help. If you can get that arm through.
Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it now.
Cool.
Okay. Time for JJ to settle down. Martin ensuring that he breaks that posture. You know, Martin, it is his debut tonight at 28 years old, with JJ coming in as the youngest competitor of the evening, at least from the male division perspective.
I don't think people think about that, though. I don't really think people think of their age. They just want to get stuck in.
Age and belts don't matter in jiu-jitsu any longer when it comes to the no-gi scene.
No.
You know, we're seeing not just in South Africa but also on the international stage that guys are coming out of nowhere, blue belts, and surprising. Helena over at New Wave, wrecking people on the international stage.
Nice head control under the chin there.
JJ going for that patented Aidan Griffith throat post.
If it works, it works.
C-cupping underneath the armpits. He's probably going to try to posture up, break open that closed guard.
I'd like to see JJ starting to move out of guard and towards, you know, a more dominant position, and perhaps Martin, you know, threatening some submissions, getting some movement. There you go. There we go. Now there's more opportunities there.
Double knee shield in though, so he's going to have to deal with those legs. Probably would want to posture up to make sure that he gets that knee out of the way. But good stuff by JJ, you know, being in that closed guard is a difficult position to be, especially with Martin, who looks like the bigger opponent on the night. And we've just got under the 3-minute mark. These two gentlemen are going to need to turn on the gas tank in order to make sure that this doesn't go to the roll of the dice. You know, I think not just from a fight fan perspective, but from a competitor perspective, you don't want to leave it to overtime.
You'd like to get that finish. You'd like to get that finish, or at least secure a more dominant win.
That knee is still stuck in position. Oh, there we go. A little bit of an elevation by Martin, but JJ wraps up the head. Oh. He's got the potential of a sweep over there, but no, Martin makes it to side control. Fantastic. Are we going to see, has there been a buggy choke on the WTA
I was
scene
going
as
to
yet?
say, we were waiting for that one. It looked like he's going for it.
Oh, he is going for it, yeah.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
Posturing up the head there for Martin, ensuring that he controls his opponent on the ground. And that tight crossface, you really want to make sure that you deal with that crossface.
JJ's doing a good job of keeping that hip away, keep shrimping out and putting that arm through. As I say that.
Yeah, I was wondering whether JJ would come out shirtless today. He was one of 2 competitors that weighed in shirtless. Thought he was going for the Nicky Rod style, but he chose... oh, there we go. Back into the same position as earlier. Martin threatening that guillotine. That looks a little bit tighter than earlier.
Maybe a watch grip. Looks like JJ's head's out.
Yeah, he's addressed that really well.
There.
And we are in the final minute, Sash. You know, I have difficulty asking you what it's like to go into overtime, but you have a fantastic record of finishing up those fights way before it gets there.
I mean, there was just that one time, but you know what? I like to be on back, and if we get there, we get there, whether it's in overtime or if it's not.
Okay, double butterflies there. Is there going to be an elevation and attack for the legs?
Attack for the legs, a sweep maybe.
No.
Definitely.
Martin has 35 seconds to work. It looks like he's working towards that straight ankle, but he decides to stand back up. He's going to have to line his opponent. There we go. Looking for the knee cut, pushing his right arm down on the leg, trying to pin that down to the ground.
Past the legs. Back to guard. JJ hunting for another guillotine.
And that is that,
Overtime.
ladies and gentlemen. First fight of the night goes to overtime. Obviously, the overtime rules are 1 minute apiece. Each competitor is going to get their opportunity. Let's see who wins that coin toss. And it goes to Martin.
Is he going to choose armbar or is he going to choose back?
You know, Tash, I think there has only been once in the history of this tournament where they went to the spider armbar, and that was Christian Kamp.
Of course.
And that didn't work out too well that night, so I think the competitors are most definitely going to choose the back.
It's more reassuring.
JJ on the back, he's got that tight control. Martin doing the right thing, trying to address the hands first and foremost. And now, time for the action. We have that hip lock going on by JJ, which is going to make it a whole lot difficult for Martin to get out. He's decided to fall on the choke hand side, which is interesting.
JJ's focusing on the legs rather than the actual choke.
Oh, and he's got to get those shoulders on the mat. That's the rule of the game here. But JJ ensuring that he gets that knee behind the back. There we go, body triangle. It seems like he's going to hold onto this position for the allotted time. Sorry, folks at home, we're having a little bit of difficulty on the clock there, but we can assure you that our referees have it in check. And there we go. JJ holds the position.
Nice. Just a little bit of patience, and you'll eventually get the sub. Just got to tire them out, it seems. It's tiring though, you know. Once you've gone the full round, and then you come into overtime, you're exhausted, and now is the time to dig deep, really. I think there's a bit of a mishap with the clock from earlier.
Yeah, for those watching at home, we're just trying to fix a technical difficulty on the clock so that you can enjoy the action as much as we are. You know, it does create a little bit of a situation for the competitors. JJ doing an exceptional job in ensuring that he held on to that position for the minute that he did, but you know, these things happen. Martin's opportunity to get onto the back now. You know, there's a number of ways to get onto the WTA scene, Sash, and Martin is a prime example of that type of individual that gets on with his business on the Sub-King circuit, and that type of action gets you noticed and gets you onto the stage. Oh,
What time does he have to beat? Do we know?
He's got to beat the full minute. There we go. He's working that arm under the chin. Ooh. Okay.
Good hand fighting by JJ.
Fantastic hand fighting. He's going to turn into him, but no, Martin ensures that he connects that chest plate to the back plate. But oh, JJ is rolling and he's out.
Nice.
Fantastic job by JJ Karajanidis.
Nice.
So he finally gets that win on the WTA circuit after having one loss, and I think that's going to hold him in good regard for his future on this mat.
I always find it interesting when you know, we can see that Martin likes his guillotines and his arm triangles, and JJ likes his Japanese neckties.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our way to the next matchup. You know, Sash, this is one that the fans at WTA have been waiting for. We have Milan Stradom up against Jordan Hinckley, and oh wait, let's cut to the replays from the last bout. There's JJ with the finish. He actually got that finish within regulation time, and then of course got the escape after when it was his turn to get onto the overtime rules. But absolutely fantastic job by JJ, and we're most likely going to see him out on the WTA circuit in the not too distant future. You know, these guys are at the cusp of junior versus senior, so they require that time.
And it's great for South African Jiu-Jitsu at the end of the day, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next matchup will feature a pair of future middleweight stars looking to announce themselves as future contenders. Representing the surging Cornerstone Jiu-Jitsu and fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Milan Stradom. His opponent represents the next generation of Crayange, BJJ, and fights out of the corner. That's the blue corner. Please welcome Jordan Hinckley.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a much anticipated match between Milan Stradom and Jordan Hinckley. Sash at WTA6, of course, we saw the absence of Jordan. His teammate Ali Mirza stepped in. That match did end up in a victory for Milan. That victory came in overtime, but will be interesting to see how Jordan avenges that match for his training partner.
I think this is going to be a great match. I mean, you know, Milan coming from Cornerstone, we've only heard good things coming from Cornerstone, and Jordan Hinckley at Crayange. And whenever I've gone there for an open mat, he's always there. You know, he's always there. I haven't made my way to the West Rand, but you know, these guys, they train all the time. So this is a really cool matchup. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, and two of the standout gyms on the grappling scene of late. You know, they. A lot of their athletes are competitive in the Submission Kings, and a lot of their athletes are representing at WTA. But Milan getting his opponent down to the ground very early. He's a whole lot more active than he was in the last WTA. But Jordan switching it up on him and trying to step over that into side control.
Scorpion pass there.
Oh, and straight into mount. Excellent job by Jordan Hinckley. And he has the underhook. And he's let that go. A strong crossface, fishing for that underhook once again.
Milan trying to peel the legs under. He's got that overhook, controlling the arm.
But Jordan ensuring that he maintains that top position. What was that? A subtle smother choke?
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a smother.
Are we onto the smother already? But excellent work in a pit stop position. You know, for those at home don't understand some of the jiu-jitsu terminology. You know, pit stop is where you ensure that you maintain that top position, but you ensure that your opponent down below you gets the pressure. But Milan turns it over on him. He knows what it is like to be under pressure. Training with the likes of the Lindy brothers. Oh, Grammy roll, and now Milan ends up on top, but Jordan coming in with a regard, and we're back to square one.
That sprawl to sit through was insane. I'm a sucker for a scramble, so.
Is that why they call you Scraps?
Yeah.
Jordan able to get his second hook in the butterfly guard. So what are the options here for him, Sash? Double butterflies, what would he be looking to do? Oh, but no, he decides to get on top. That's what he decides to do. Milan decides to abort the shoulder crunch, and we're in a full guard position.
Jordan's definitely trying to escape full guard at this point, evidently. I think that Milan's trying to go for a bit of a shoulder crunch there. I don't know if we're dealing with guard players or not.
I think
it's a bit of everything.
I think Milan brings the pressure, but you know, Jordan getting back into that full mount position wonderfully, you know, but losing it again. You know, curse of the commentator. The double butterflies again. We have not seen any leg entry work today.
Triangle.
He's locking up that triangle. Is he going to make it a count?
Going for the armbar.
Straight armbar out of the triangle position.
Can he hit this? Can he finish?
Milan fighting it off, showing that he's taking some of that pressure away from his neck, starting to turn away from it.
Nice.
And he steps over. There we go, we get the tap. Jordan with a fantastic finish there. You're going to have to check the replay there to see whether it was the triangle or the armbar. Sash, did you catch that?
No, I didn't. I think while they were rolling, I maybe caught the armbar.
But wonderful job by Jordan Hinckley.
Relentless.
He avenges the loss that Kriyange took when Ali Mirza lost to overtime to Milan. But fantastic show from both athletes, ensuring that we don't go to overtime on this one. And exactly what the fans want to see, finishes. So
19 years old, both of them.
here we go,
The
right?
both of them. Imagine being in second year varsity and you see this guy on a night out. No, either of them.
Put your hands together in the blue corner, the man they call the Agro Panda, representing Quan Vessels. Please welcome Armand van den Berg.
Fantastic. Well, let's get this underway, Sash. Our first ladies matchup of the night sees Lizanne Esterhazen versus Michaela van Staden. Lizanne is looking to build upon the momentum from her quick victory at WTA 6, and Michaela will be looking to get her own win in the notch column. CS, please take us to the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the women to take center stage, kicking off a pair of women's super fights on this winner-takes-all 7 card. From the red corner, she represents Constrictor Jiu-Jitsu and makes her return off a very impressive debut. Please welcome Lizanne Esterhazen. Her opponent fights out of the blue corner and represents Gracie Baha Alberton. Please welcome Michaela van Staden. Your referee is Brandon Leach.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Lizanne Esterhazen versus Michaela van Staden. Lizanne in the pink, Michaela in the black and blue. Sash, don't blink on this one. Lizanne's previous match lasted 35 seconds. Still not quick enough to make the top 5, but impressive nonetheless.
I'm excited for this one. I always find the ladies are they're fierce. They get stuck in. It's great.
Oh, there we go. Straight to the legs, just like her last match.
She's really looking for leg entries. Lizanne's really looking for leg entries.
She decides to get on top. She's coached by Calvin Moodley over Constrictor Jiu-Jitsu. Not related, by the way. Oh, Estima. Is that Estima? Yeah, she's starting to put pressure on that ankle. Lizanne closing the space, making sure that she breaks posture. She's going to have to address that foot. But she's doing all the right things and she's out. And she spins around to the back. Fantastic work by Lizanne.
be looking for a bit of an armbar. Reverse triangle, no. Back-to-back take.
There we go, keeping the pressure, making sure that she gets that leg over the top, but definitely relying on that pit stop position. Knee on belly.
If she can pit stop here, that would be great. Think about the next move.
Oh, but she is swept and lands up at the
Nice.
bottom. Michaela, once again, trying to focus on that foot. Getting some guidance from her corner there to pop that foot. I guess on the stage you take no prisoners.
I mean, I guess so. It's a great cue, you know. Just break it. It works well.
Back both into the seated butterfly position.
Bit of a 50-50.
Lizanne working on that posture, trying to put some extra weight on the neck, but Michaela is smart to it.
I think Lizanne does want to play a bit of guard so she can get those heel hooks, so she can get some omoplatas, get to back, you know. I think she likes to work from guard to get to her next moves.
And you know, Lizanne's going to have to make a decision here. There's a couple of options from the seated butterfly position. She could think about folding passes, you know, close quarter control, but she most definitely needs to get those knees off center and start moving around the central line position. Both corners getting those instructions out to their fighters. How much of that do you hear when you're on the mat, Sash?
To be fair, it really does depend on the person. Like, your coach can be speaking to you and you won't hear a thing. You won't hear a thing, and then your training partner will speak and then you can hear them. So it really does depend on who you can listen to. I think also it depends if you're in a pit stop, right? You know, you're so focused on what's going on that by the time you can relax, you can actually listen. And I think that's what's going on here.
Very neutral position as we just get halfway under the action. 2.5 minutes to go.
Lizanne going for a bit of legs. Michaela's also looking
inversion, belly down on the ankle. Oh, she's lost connection there.
She's hunting. Michaela's hiding her foot, or was with her other foot.
She has that inside ashi position, but she's opted to push the far side leg over the top. But she is trying to locate that heel.
She's very calm when she does it too, Lizanne. She was very calm when she came on. Slightly concerning.
Michaela making sure that she closes the space. I think she's out of that one,
Nice.
Sash. She's done a good job there. Originally turning the wrong direction, but making sure that she could stack her weight on top of her opponent, and that took some of the pressure off of that heel. But Lizanne is back on it.
She's relentless on that foot. But Michaela's doing a great job fighting it. You know, she's breaking the posture so she doesn't get extension. And
Opting to go for the opposite leg now. Focusing on those toes. But aborting mission, and we're back to this neutral position. We're getting close to 1 minute on the clock. These ladies are going to have to hustle if they don't want this to go to overtime. For Lizanne to keep her WTA win column intact, and of course we didn't discuss this earlier, but Michaela did participate in the WTA 5 quintet, where she unfortunately notched up a loss there, but doing a fantastic job here and showcasing her skills. Oh, and she's back onto that foot.
I'm enjoying the back and forth tango that we're seeing. You know, it's quite fun to watch. You know, Lizanne's going for some legs, and then Michaela's going for some legs.
Yeah, in a backside 50-50 position. Lizanne trying to put pressure on to that
I'd
ankle,
like to see,
but I think she just may run out of time here. And Michaela steps over to take the back.
Looks like she's taking an arm.
Oh, there she is. She's going for the arm. Armbar on offer with 5 seconds on the clock to go. Can she get the extension that she requires for the break? And we are in overtime. Wow, talk about a way
so
to
close.
end off regular time.
Now it's overtime.
There we go. Lazan looks a little tired there as she gets up. Took a lot of energy, despite that being on just for 5 seconds, to defend against it, but rightfully she'll get her head back into the game. Okay, let's look at a little bit of the action underway there. Lots of leg attacks by both ladies. I think the closest we got to that was that inside heel hook position, but the referee has got us going underway. The athletes are picking their position, and it looks like Michaela is going to be up first, taking Lazan's back. With 1 minute on the clock, Lazan already starting to get that lean forward, make sure that she's got hands on hands. There we go.
Lean forward to the outside. Tactics.
Starting to slip. Oh, she's on the center space, slipping to the choking side and getting.
Seems like she's got that. Her elbows on the floor.
And it's over.
Nice.
A fantastic job by Lazan to get out of that position in 16 seconds.
Knew exactly what to do.
It's going to be a tough one for Michaela to deal with. 16 seconds is not the longest period of time. But let's see what she has on offer. Lazan sticking on her like Velcro. You'll want to see some systematic work by Michaela here, but unfortunately, this is what happens when you leave it to the overtime. She's already got one of the hooks up, but there is a hip lock in place, which makes it difficult to complete that movement. And we are over. Fantastic job by Lazan to bring the win home, even though she really looked like the gas tank was emptied by the end of that match. Granted, this was, I think, 8 times the amount of mat time that she had in the previous match, but she gets her hand raised.
Absolutely. I think she enjoys it as well. You can see on her face. What a beautiful match. It was so technical. It was nice to see some leg locks. Again, 19 years old, both of these girls. That's really cool. You know, when I started, there wasn't a lot of girls. We'd compete against girls in our own gym, and now it's there's so many, which is really awesome. Yeah, it's really cool to see.
Yeah. There we go, looking at a couple of the replays here. All action affair, right? For you, Sash, probably fight of the night thus far?
Thus far, yeah, I would say so. I would say so, but I might be biased because I'm a girl in the girls division.
Got some interesting fight fans in the crowd tonight with us. Representation from all the gyms around the country. You know, the jiu-jitsu community is growing at such a rapid rate, and it's great to see you're seeing both there locally but also globally MMA athletes making their way into that space. A fantastic marketing exercise for them.
Absolutely, I agree. I think also you don't want to get punched in the face all the time. So to come and do some jiu-jitsu, it's cool for them, you know.
Okay, we will be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen, for those watching at home.
The Blue Line is a cut above the rest and is your leader in sourcing, branding, and media solutions. From branding of events, corporate gifting, content solutions, to professional event management. The Blue Line is your only turnkey solution provider. For more information, visit theblueline.co.za.
Okay, folks, we have a potential classic on our hands tonight. The pick of the fights from Guy Lazarus, as we see Razani Honeyball come up against Carla Carrera. This fight will take place at 61.2 kgs. And Sasha, I hope you're ready to drive this lady's action. CS, please get us underway.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a women's no-gi matchup with possible title implications moving forward. Fighting out of the red corner and representing the fast-growing Constrictor Jiu-Jitsu, please welcome Razani Honeyball. Her opponent proudly represents Apex Jiu-Jitsu and fights out of the blue corner. Please welcome the mauler, Carla Marie Carrera. Your referee in charge is Brandon Leach.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Rozani Honeyball, she's in the black and grey going into this evening's matchup with Carla Marie Carrera in all black. Sash, current or previous training partner? I see that she's walked out with the Criange corner.
No, she's still at Apex. I think she just enjoys the competitive roles and matches that she gets at Criange, which I understand because they're amazing. And I think it's just good training for her just to see what's out there, you know?
Sure. Look, she's not going to come up short with the likes of Dylan and Chris in the corner, that's for sure. Both ladies starting the matchup with a little bit of wrestling, hand fighting, collar ties.
I think it's just terrifying when your fun fact is that, you know, hers was, she chooses violence, always.
Oh, that's why we call her the mauler.
Yeah.
Right?
So, I mean, even Rozani at the quintet previously, they're the same. They're fierce. They're forward. They want to get stuck in, which is, for me, it's scary because that's a frightening thing to see, like two little honey badgers coming after you. So, I think it's going to be a great fight.
There we go. Lots of collar ties, inside leg trips attempts there. The hand fighting is quite intense on this one. Both girls putting a lot of effort into that to get that advantage over the other. Collar tie and touching the outside of the leg there by Carla, trying to test distance management to see if that single leg is on offer. You know, the kind of strategic decision in this moment, Sash, to decide whether you're going to get off a wrestling base or judo base, you know. Every fight starts on its feet, despite us wanting it to get to the ground. Oh, there we go.
There we
Carla
go.
into quarter guard.
Sat straight back into that. I was wondering when someone was going to pull guard because at this point we were wasting energy.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Rozani, she pulled straight into quarter guard, but now she's got herself in a better position with the double butterflies and then opting for close guard.
Probably going to be looking for a triangle of some sort. And see, she's climbing, trying to get that left leg over the shoulder. There you go.
There we go in the top lock position, and she's isolating an arm.
Nice. Carla was going to posture up there for a second. She went down to stack.
That would have been a terrible decision.
Would have been a sore one.
There we go, but Rozani's still in that top lock position, which has immense control on the top half of your body, despite you not having their arm in order for you to get into the triangle position. But there's a number of submissions from there, but she decides to opt out, and they get back on their feet.
Seems like Carla wants to stand here.
Oh,
nice.
You know, Rozani got this matchup. She really impressed the boss men in Alistair and Justin with a performance in the quintet. And you know, they have not been shy in discussing that this could this is a title contender here. You know, a title eliminator.
Absolutely.
Well, athletes rolling off the stage, ladies and gentlemen. But we've got the constrictor corner making sure that none of them got hurt. There we go. Our referee gets them back into the middle.
It happens to the best of us. That's what happens when you get so stuck in.
Okay. It would seem the collar's having difficulty with the contact lenses. Yeah, a little bit of a breather for the ladies. It's been non-stop action, that is for sure. They are both absolutely going for it. Our referee tonight is looking to try reset them back in that position. A very, very difficult one, given where they were. But Rozani has got that top mount position. Wasn't too sure if that was the exact position that they were sitting in as they rolled off stage, but...
It's hard to reset after that, you know. You don't actually know where you were.
But Grisani all the more for it and making it count, ensuring that she uses that top position to exert her pressure down onto Carla. She's trying to address the neck and reach around for that arm, but unfortunately she lost it. Once again, I'll keep referring to that pit stop position a number of times. Oh, there we go. Carla sitting down onto the ankle, but Rosani making sure that she made her pay for that leg entry, and that would give us a double constrictor victory for the ladies tonight.
And that came out of nowhere. That's really awesome. I was not expecting that. I was expecting a mounted triangle. I was expecting something along those lines. I did not expect a heel hook, but I think that's ignorant on my part because we've just watched Lausanne and you know, we've seen what constrictors about. You know, a lot of heel hooks.
Well, fantastic job by the ladies.
Absolutely.
As we look at some of the replays here, Carla in top position, had that mounted position, but and actually both athletes at various times, but that's not where we saw the finish. We saw the finish come out of the legs, and it was a heel hook. It was the backside 50-50 heel hook, and a wonderful job by Constrictor and Rosani.
Beautiful. That's really cool to see, and as we said, you know, this was her first individual fight, so, you know, moving forward, like, we hope we see Rosani do more.
Well, we were discussing the fact that this was a title eliminator, so I guess that she got the finish through submission. She is well in contention. We'd have to see who's on the other side of that bracket. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Ty Mudley, and joining me on commentary for this part of the evening is Mr. Taffy Gutu. They brought in the big man for the big men. How are you doing tonight, Taff, man?
Very well. Thank you for the kind introduction and those kind words. It's an honor to be here. What a fantastic event. It gets better and better with each one as we see them.
And we have a banger for us here, 93 kg men up in the 8-man eliminator, but needing to think strategically about this given that they have 3 fights on the cards for this evening. But we're going to kick it off to see us to introduce our fighters and bring them out onto stage. So Taffy, actually, before we get off to see us, you know, do you have your eye on any one of these particular competitors for tonight?
Bro, there's some big names in there. A lot of skill, variation in their game. I think the key here is their strategy, right? They're going to be tough fights, 3 tough fights, no matter which way they go. So hopefully, you know, these guys, you know, guys like Cam Pritchard, who used to train with us, as you know, at FFM. You know, you've got the likes of, obviously Zach is out now, but I mean, you've got the likes.
And just to interject you there, with Zach going out, you know, Kyle Lundy, I made mention of that a little bit earlier, surging on the ADCC scene, making sure that he got that gold medal and that ticket to Poland. You know, he might well be the dark horse in the event tonight, coming out of the blue.
Bro, he tapped Cameron down in game time. You know, that's got to have something for it, right? Call it luck, call it fluke, but, you know, right place, right time. They believed in his jiu-jitsu and it just came through.
Most definitely.
So yeah,
So
I mean, there's some guys on there. Obviously, Wade Henderson is in there. You know, you've got the likes of.
Okay, Tef, we're going to hand it over to CS to welcome our competitors out onto the mat.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the start of the winner-takes-all 7 light heavyweight tournament, proudly brought to you by Proton. 8 of South Africa's biggest grappling names will descend on Submissions King's mat for a shot at gold. 10,000 Rand and a portable ice bath, compliments of Glacier ice baths. Before the action begins, here are the 8 athletes that will face off. Please welcome, in the red corners, Kyle Lundy. Stefan Pretorius. Wade Henderson. And Warren Allison. In the blue corners, please welcome Brandon Nordia. Michael Block. Jason Durant. And Cameron Pritchard. R10,000 up for grabs, as well as the portable ice bath. Compliments of Glacier ice bath. Put your hands together for our competitors tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, Taffy. And, you know, we were just talking before we handed over to CS that we'll see Kyle Lundy out first. That Kyle Lundy is the replacement tonight, but we'll get to see him out first. It's going to be an interesting matchup given the fact that he's up against Brandon Nordia. You know, Brandon is a veteran. He comes in as the much heavier man, having to drop quite a bit of weight to get to that 93, whereas Kyle has, obviously, you know, being a training partner of his, Cornerstone Jiu-Jitsu being under the Quan Vessel's banner, has picked up weight over a period of time. Yeah.
You know, he's also got youth on his side, right? The guy's 21 years old, up and coming, massive name. That's definitely got potential.
Most definitely. So I'm going to kick off to CS to get our competitors out on the mat right now.
Your first matchup will be Cornerstone's Kyle Lundy in the red corner versus East Rand BJJ's Brandon Bad News Nordia.
And here we go. Kyle Lundy in the all white, Brandon Nordia in the, what would we call that, Taffy? Black and pink?
Like the Craig Johns ski type shorts.
Yeah.
You know, make a statement.
I think you could pull that off.
I think so too. A little bit tighter though, just to make things a little bit more interesting.
Well, as I was referring to a little bit earlier, you can see the visible size difference between these two athletes. It'd be interesting to know exactly how much weight Brandon put on post the weigh-in this morning.
Yeah. So you can see, obviously, you know, Brandon started very aggressively, heavy collar ties, looking for that control position. And Kyle is obviously very young, energetic, and he's definitely going to be looking to give his all. Kind of make a name for himself as well at the same time, you know.
Yeah.
It's it's going to be very interesting.
And look, as you said, Kyle's got youth on his side, so he, thinking about those energy stores and how long he can go on this night and how far he can take these matches. But we have to remember that he did compete this weekend at ADCC. That meant 3 odd fights in order to get to the final. Some of them, the one with Cam Pritchard made it all the way to the last few seconds where he passed to win on points. But this is a different rule set, submission only, and you definitely don't want to see this go to overtime.
Absolutely. And, it takes a unique athlete to understand the points and a submission type fight and a submission only type fight, right? So your ability to maintain energy and maintain a dominant position is vital. You almost want to sap the energy out of your opponent by being on top or being in a lockdown position where basically they're carrying your weight using their energy. And then when you are in the right position to then obviously go for the sub. You find a lot of times people try submissions, but they're not in a dominant controlling position. And that is the key to a sub-only fight, is you got to understand, I've got to get a control position. I've got to control that position very, very well to then be able to put the submission on. That's the key.
Oh, Brandon looking for that single leg.
Yep. It's got to run the pipe.
Got control over there. You're most definitely correct there, running the pipe, but he's making sure that he's keeping that head tucked in very close to Kyle, ensuring that those frames don't come in, and he gets the trip down to the ground, but Kyle immediately turns the position on him and gets top position.
So that is a classic, not to talk about our gym too much, but that's a classic situation that we find in our gyms, right? Is you've got somebody who's got a better position than you. You accept that position, but you don't accept what happens afterwards. So you saw right there the way he was able to accept the takedown, but transition very, very quickly into a dominant position or into a position where he has control.
Most definitely.
And that's smart, playing smart jiu-jitsu, right? And look at him now. He's obviously, he's got the far side underhook. He's trying to get the crossface, which now he has. He's got a pass and he slices into the mount.
Oh, beautiful work there.
Beautiful pass.
Beautiful pass by Kyle Lundy.
Now, gift wrap. He's going to control the head, control the posture, got to stop him bucking. So he just needs to be patient now, right? He's in a dominant position. He's just got to stay heavy. He's got to stay on top. Let's hope that his youth doesn't basically
get the best of it. A little bit of exuberance.
Exactly.
When you're in a dominant position, making sure that you settle down, you use the pit stop the way that we like to use the pit stop, ensure that you maintain that top pressure, and wait for your opponent to make the mistake.
There you go. And he's doing the right things, right? He's staying heavy. That three-quarter mount position. He's got good head control. See, he can smother. I love this. This is one of my favorites here. Just the leg.
It is becoming somewhat of a hallmark of the Cornerstone Gym for that smother tap, isn't it?
So I think obviously with Lukey training at New Wave out in Texas, and obviously with Big Dan, Big Dan is a big fan of the armless smother. There's a lot of info that basically gets fed back, I think, obviously to the Cornerstone Gym, which in turn to the Quan Vessels, affiliates and things like that. So we're very fortunate that we've got an ability. We've got 2 great coaches, by the way, 3 if you include Warren, and other black belts that we have within our gym. But our philosophy is basically you can learn from everybody. So we look at other people's systems and try and adapt them, and pick out the best pieces within those systems and try and implement them into our systems as well.
So competitors are working their way into the final 90 seconds of this competition. The part that they were trying to avoid in ensuring that they maintain those energy stores is not necessarily going according to plan, but I would say that Brandon has definitely taken most of the pressure over the time of this match.
Yeah, and Kyle's just passed again there again. He's just done a beautiful tripod. Pyramid, and then basically, got his leg free from that half guard. Now he's looking to attack.
Wrapping that arm up around the head. He's looking for back exposure, probably. And there we go, into the hooks.
Now he's got to flatten him out. Either quarter Nelson, there we go. Trying to set up a quarter Nelson.
flattening out, looking to transition those legs. He was teasing a body triangle there for a second, but went back to the center position, a bit of a body pyramid. We have 20 seconds left of this action, Mr. Gutu. Is there enough time to take this to avoid the overtime?
I don't think so. He's on the chin there. He's not really got a real deep connection with that choking hand. But you know what? For me, win or lose, he's freaking shown some good skills. He's demonstrated some good skills, good control. He's attacked well. His attacks have been methodical, and it's been encouraging to see. Let's see what happens now in the overtime.
Okay, let's see a little bit of the action that took place over there. I guess despite the fact that it made it to overtime, it was a very entertaining.
So he's got a nice gift wrap there. You know, he obviously wants to get the other hand across. There again, he's transitioning to the back. You know, he's got those hooks in.
Okay, so our competitors have chosen the famous back position. As I said earlier, only Christian decided on the spider position.
Yeah.
But Kyle taking back first and foremost, and he's going to try take advantage of the fact that he had that top position. And I'm certain, knowing the Cornerstone guys, they're going to hunt for that finish, not necessarily the ride out. Oh my goodness! What an effort by Brandon Nordia. He shifts out in 8 seconds. Taffy, I think Kyle's got
his work cut out.
He's got his work cut out.
But it ain't over until the what? That lady sing.
There we go. There we go.
It was a massive explosion. Not a cane.
Okay, bad news. Making sure that he holds that position. Kyle rolling to the underhook side, which is a difficult position, and there we go. Brandon, bad news. Nordia rolling back the clock to take out the surging Kyle Lundy. Incredible job by Brandon. You know, he was in a lot of trouble throughout that match, but he made it count, and this is the tough part about getting to overtime, right? We talk about the rolling of the dice, and
you know, with these fights, especially when you have a veteran that's in there, right? The longer the fight goes, the better it is for the veteran, because he's just got more time on the mat. He's had more time on the mat. He's got more experience, and he's got a little bit more cheek as such, you know, to be able to explode and expose himself. Which sometimes, you know, some of the younger guys, basically, they do the same thing because they are mature. But, you know, look, hats off to him. I think Kyle did very, very well, given that it was a last-minute addition to the fight card. I take my hat off to him. I'm worried about rolling him now.
he's going to be very angry.
Bro, I need to have my wits about me now.
Okay, expectation levels are high for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Block considered as a dark horse by some, but we'll have to be careful of the intentional fighter that is Stefan Pretorius. Both men have fought at lower weight divisions on the WTA stage, so it will be interesting to see how they deal with the additional weight. I would say Stefan Pretorius may be the one that's a little bit more comfortable at that point. CS, please do the honors, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up, from the red corner representing Ability Academy in Heidelberg, please welcome Stefan Pretorius. His opponent fights from the blue corner and represents Henzo Gracie Academy in Cape Town. Please welcome Michael Block. Your referee, Bobby Karajanidis.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Stefan Pretorius in the black and green, and Michael Block in the all black.
So yeah, I'm kind of interested in this fight, right? Stefan just got his black belt in February. Michael's a brown belt. Renzo Gracie Academy down in Cape Town is a very well-respected academy. So nice technical fight, I think we'll see. As you can see, heavy neckties.
Yeah, a reminder to all watching at home, Michael Block did compete in the ADCC this weekend. Oh, very nice double leg by Stefan Pretorius, taking him to the ground. But Michael making sure that he makes his guard work count. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Already some fantastic action by the two gentlemen tonight.
Some gymnastics there.
But getting back to the last point that I made, you know, Michael, 3 fights, lost out to Kyle Lindy in the final, maybe breathing a sigh of relief that he's not still in the 8-man. But also, I talked about how it could work in different ways, you know, fantastic motivation for Michael to prove a point on this stage. It is at a different weight category, slightly heavier, and this is sub-only.
Absolutely. And you know, at this level, Ty, it's the margin of error is very, very small. You know, these guys are highly skilled practitioners. They've been training a while. They train a lot. You know, if you slip up one small little chance, it's the end of the fight, bro. It's a game of margins, literally. You know, you're not fighting a little white belt anymore. With no disrespect to white belts, but I mean, it's just that their knowledge is not there. But you know, when you've got a black belt and a high-level brown belt, basically in the mix, these guys are technical practitioners.
Oh, most definitely. Wise words from a technical technical fighter himself. For those at home, to have you represented in the IBJJF Europeans, you brought home a medal.
I did. Again, I was just talking about margins, right? I made a slight error. I mean, Warren was there. Warren King was cornering for me. And Warren says to me after the fight, he goes, when I saw you in half guard, I knew you were going to pass. You know, that's your bread and butter. You do that every single day. I made one slight little error. And
there we go. Just pausing there for a second, Taffy. We're seeing Stefan move well towards the head. You know, he moved out into that side control position. Now going into north-south position, trying to isolate Michael Block's head, maintaining that top position, putting down some pressure in that pit stop position.
So there's good options here, right? Because what he's effectively doing, he's going to create a mismatch, right? Trap an arm with a leg, which then leaves his arms free, which, you know, he can go for a choke. He can attack a kimura. You know, there's an arm bar. You know, there's a few options, attacking options that he has from here. And again, another dominant position, right? He's got that hip. He got that left hand on his hip to basically make sure that he doesn't turn into him, to basically re-guard, which is what he's trying to do now. But the key is obviously, you know, he's alternating between when his knees are on the mat, when they're off the mat, and he's moving with him, and he's trying to isolate an arm now. Look, he's looking for an arm. He's going to bring that elbow to the center, start attacking that arm and looking for submissions. Head around the neck there. He's trying for a choke. In fact, I think it was in the last WTA, we saw Dylan finish his opponent, similar choke.
Yep.
If you remember correctly, you know, it was a north-south choke, which he was very, very uber patient with. As you can see, he's trying to connect. He needs to come more north. He needs to turn around more. There you go. Sprawl.
You know, I refer to the fact that both of these fighters had fought at a lower weight division previously. Stefan at middleweight, but Michael Block, can you believe it? He's dropped down to welterweight previously. It's incredible.
I don't know how these guys do it, right? I'm happy being a fat boy. I'll stay.
Well, I wouldn't call Stefan a fat boy, but he's most definitely making that weight count.
Hence why I said I'm happy being a fat boy. Let's be very clear.
But Michael Block getting those hooks in.
He got it well. Look, he's looking to come up now. He's got a hook in.
And into a triangle position, but
Omoplata. Now he's attacking the foot. Look,
there we go.
Heel
Inside
hook.
Ashigurami and heel hook position. No, that's an outside Ashi actually, but there we go. Fantastic work by Michael Block.
As soon as you got that foot back on the hip, the stickers. You know, that extension, you know, it's that whole extension. Mobilize the joint, and basically then you can attack it. I mean, what a fight. What a fight.
Our victor tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Block. He walks into the next round. He also does so with time on the clock. That's going to count in his favor. And both of these men most definitely entertaining.
Absolutely. It was, as we said, right, a very good technical fight where these guys were looking for control, and you can see here he's searching, armbar, switches to a normal plata, he rolls over, and basically enters the leg.
This is exactly the point where the mistake was made. You start to see Michael roll and start to search for that fish out that heel, and once he got over it, it was game over.
Absolutely. You know, it's at that time, basically, it was almost like panic stations, right? Whereas the focus should have been to try and win the inside space, to try and clear the knee line, to basically get out of that heel hook and avoid the disconnection.
Fantastic work there, Taffy Gutu. Thank you for that. We're going to switch over to an ad break now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with you shortly. And we are back. Our next fight sees one of the touted favorites come up against the oldest competitor on the cards tonight. Wade Henderson versus Jason Durant is an intriguing match where both fighters will be looking to get quick wins and progress on to the next round. CS, please get us underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Fighting out of the red corner and representing 8292 Jiu-Jitsu, please welcome MMA legend Wade Wendo Henderson. His opponent fights out of the red corner representing PESFA. Please welcome the Vanilla Gorilla, Jason Durant. Your referee is Kirk Bloomer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wade Henderson versus Jason Durant is underway. Jason opting for the Nicky Rod no-shirt look, where Wade is coming in our camo and black, representing 8292 BJJ.
The surfer versus the biker. One is going to ride into the sunset, the other is going to, ride the biggest wave.
There we go. There we go.
So, oh, hello.
Straight down.
Straight
Wade
down.
opting to get into that supine position, getting both hooks in on Jason.
You know, the thing is, right, it's almost double in age here, I think, right? Not that age is an issue, but age is just a number. But Wade is an experienced practitioner. He's been around the block a few times. But obviously, you know, Jason is the future, right? I mean, he's up and coming. I think he's still a blue belt, right? But a very good look at that pass.
Wonderful pass by Jason.
Look
You know,
at
that
that
chest on chest
pass.
half guard, but Wade regains his guard, and I think that's that experience that you talked about coming to play.
I think 3 months ago, Wade just got his black belt.
That's correct, and he has a corner of black belts with him tonight.
Black belts with him tonight, yeah.
Gareth McLennan.
And Power Shana.
There we go.
I would love to see a matchup between Mouse and Power Shana. I would pay money for that, actually.
We've got to slow down on that roll there, Mr. Guti. You're on the commentary team here, not the matchmaking team.
It's a comment.
There we go. You know, Wade continuing off of his back. He was in that L-sit position with a single butterfly in, but Jason sitting in and now starting to attack the legs himself and then to force a leg entry there. A very, very intelligent game being played by both competitors tonight.
You know, Wade is I've rolled Wade a few times, right? Wade is super strong. Oh, hello, jumping. And as I said earlier, the guy's been around the block a few times.
Oh, front headlock, scarf hold.
Scarf hold.
He's got the scarf hold there.
Pull the elbow.
Yeah. Will he be able to isolate that top arm?
Oh, yeah, it's there, but he just needs to now shove that arm between his legs.
Jason opting for the patient approach. You know, take full advantage of this position that he's found himself in.
I found jiu-jitsu late, right, at 35. And I just wish I'd started jiu-jitsu when I was at this young age, right, 20, 21 years old.
Oh, fantastic.
Nice reversal.
Fantastic sweep there by Wade.
Oh, there's a buggy choke. He's attempting to put a buggy choke on.
There we go. Will we see the first buggy choke in WTA history? Jason very smart there.
Oh,
and he got the tap.
It's very
Fantastic work by the young
just chilling
Jason Durant.
Wow.
Making sure that he lives up to that moniker of one of the favorites in this 8-man. And again, we have to continue referring to the fact that he got it done in regular time. That's definitely going to work in his favor as we work our way through this this evening.
Those long legs, man. You know, for us short guys, it's a problem, you know, especially trying to pass guard. But yeah, you've got to use the tools that you have available to you. Let's look at the replay here. Tries to jump guard. Wade enters, clears, passes. Look how he looks away and basically just tightens the tightens. Brilliant.
Excellent job there by Jason. And, you know, Wade had that ankle. He had that heel. He needed to control the knee line. But unfortunately, Jason got that knee line to the floor, spun out, and that was the end.
It was indeed.
Okay, we're going to take it back to another ad break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side of that.
Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
We get to the last first round match for this 8-man bracket, and despite Smooth Comp doing a great job up until now to spread out the MMA experience against the grapplers, this match is a bit of both. Cam and Warren have multi-dimensional backgrounds, with Warren coming in as the naturally heavier athlete, so we're going to have to watch how this plays out. CS, over to you.
The last quarter matchup is next. In the red corner, representing Grizzly Bear Jiu-Jitsu Academy in Bloemfontein, please welcome Warren Allison.
His opponent represents Henzo Gracie, Cape Town and Zion Jiu-Jitsu Pal, and fights out of the blue corner. Please welcome Cameron Pritchard. The referee in charge is Kirk Bloomer.
Our referee Kirk Bloomer getting this action underway. Once again, Warren Allison representing Grizzly Bear. So hoping that he'd wear something grizzly coming out. But and Cam Pritchard representing Zion Jiu-Jitsu in the white and black. You know.
Yeah, Cammy's super strong and explosive, as you can see. Look at him, right? Cam used to be part of the Quan Vessel stable. Obviously moved back to Cape Town and moved down to Cape Town. Has switched gyms. But yeah, very, very technical, strong fighter.
Cam opting to pull guard there. Bring his opponent down to the ground with him, has those butterflies in. This, you know, having experience, both of us having trained with Cam, we know that this is his style.
This is his go-to, right? He's very, very good at establishing where you don't have base. So he taps you a lot, right? And that's where I learned the tapping in terms of shake. It's almost like shaking a tree, right, to see where it's weak. And Cam is very, very good at identifying those weaknesses and those gaps and basically exploiting them. But the other thing is, this guy is super strong, man.
Yeah. And definitely, you know, he's an intelligent grappler. You see the little nuances of his foot movement there. He's going to an X butterfly. He opts now for the single butterfly, and he was in the double. So you know, a lot of movement, trying to make it a bit difficult.
Attack the neck, flip him over.
There we go.
Now
Taking top position.
He should finish it.
Oh, wonderful finish by Cam, making a statement tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
As we spoke about, right? It's his butterfly. It's his go-to. It's once he had that chin strap and he had that chin lock, basically it was pretty much done.
Fantastic job to Cam Pritchard, getting the arm in, guillotine, and I think that was the fastest finish of all the competitors in the 8-man, so it bodes him well. He does come up from the coast, so he's going to need that extra time, given the high altitude up here. And
actually, it wasn't even an arm in, it was a straight guillotine.
It was a straight guillotine?
It was a straight guillotine, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. Still in that same family. Cam likes his dancers, you know, so it's kind of in that same family, in that same region in terms of what they kind of do and what they like to do.
Getting some pictures of the big boss men over there, old Alistair Bishop and Justin. Potentially talking about matchmaking, potentially talking about what's next up on the card, because we've seen some impressive fights.
Power Shine and Monique.
Okay, I'm going to have to talk to those gentlemen about getting you onto the matchmaking, the war room. And we see the crowd out here tonight. That is Mama Griffiths, the mom of the legendary, or working towards being legendary, Luke Griffiths and Hannah Griffiths.
Hannibal, as we call her in the gym.
And Brindley Biddenkomp joining us tonight. She fought in WTA6 against Lazan. Hopefully she'll be joining us back in the mat at
She's just come down
stage.
from Cape Town as well, right? She's just...
Fantastic. Well, we'll be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen, as we kick it off to another ad break. Okay, let's get the action moving once again. Our next matchup sees Nathan Thorne take on Sakila Mboto. Nathan is on a back-to-back winning trail, having impressed at the last time out with a statement Kimura, and Sachs has made fantastic progress, which really runs in parallel with his move from Alberton to Criange. CS, please get this match underway.
Next up is a return to super fight action First up, making his move down to lightweight, representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Fullways. He fights from the red corner. Please welcome Nathan Thorne. His opponent represents Creange BJJ and fights from the blue corner. Please welcome Sekile Mboto. Your referee in charge, Kirk Bloomer.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The smaller men out once again, 70-odd kgs. Nathan wearing the black and what is that, gold or yellow trim, befitting of somebody who's looking for a potential championship fight into the future, and Sax.
Sax in the old black. Yeah, this should be a fast fight, you know. These light guys like zooming around.
You know, I talk about those little changes in both individuals' camps. You know, Nathan deciding to drop weight, not to compete in a very stacked welterweight division, and Sax making the change over to Creange and utilizing some of the Dylan Miguel Carrera skill there.
There's, for me, the one thing I can tell you about Dylan and his guys is those guys don't give up.
Yeah.
Those guys, they've got tanks and they just fight till the death. Really, really impressive to see. Almost a similar culture like we have at FFM, right? Or Quan Vessels. You know, it's, you know, leave it all out there, right? No excuses. And it's lovely to watch, you know, because you've got the tools. You just got to basically put them out to work and, you know, put the system together and get the blueprint going as
Master Quan likes to say. There we go. Nathan now dropping into a bit of a body lock position. He's going to want to have to tighten up those hips in order to step around that leg. But Sax making sure that he frames up against Nathan, not making it as easy as Nathan would want it to be.
He needs that right leg to pin that other leg so that he can start passing. As he's hiding it very well. Once he kind of hooks that, once he hooks his leg, basically he'll be able to initiate his pass. He's got a nice high clamp now, so he's going to start initiating his passing. But it just needs to maintain pressure. There we go. He's passed. Pressure. Now he needs a crossface with that left hand to flatten him out. Straight into the mount. Beautiful.
Fantastic work by Nathan getting into that mount and now threatening that Ezekiel choke. But I will tell you something, Sax is a very difficult fighter to put away. Under his history in WTA, it has not happened many a times.
The resilience is what we spoke about earlier, right? These guys have resilience. And you can see, look at him, he's still fighting.
And he's come up against some tough competitors, you know, Raymond Akut, Wade Casper, and then most of those losses only occurred in overtime.
Yeah.
But Nathan is once again threatening that Ezekiel choke. I think that is, that's Ezekiel. He's got to watch out for that base, but now opting to get back to the gift wrap position, head wrap position, excuse me, to make sure that he maintains optimal pressure in that pit stop position. There we go, back into the butterfly. Most likely that referee Kirk Bloomer is going to get these men back into the middle of the ring.
I thought he would reset them on that butterfly and put them back in the center, you know, because they're awfully close to the edge there.
There we go. Kirk resetting them as we enter the last 5 minutes of this fight. You know, always, I never envy the referee when you have to reset these competitors into the middle of the ring, making sure.
Hello.
There we go. Nathan threatening the steamer lock, I think that is, or is that? No, he's that's a straight ankle. Needed to adjust his feet there. You know, a cheeky go there. I don't really think that was ever on.
Don't ever run. You got to control. So the key is, right, if you're going to attack the ankle, you got to control the knee joint. And a lot of people make this mistake, right, is they think that I can just attack the ankle without actually controlling the upper limb. The key to all successful joint manipulation is basically control of the limb above. If you're able to do that, you increase the chance of you actually finishing a submission massively. So he's trying to pass here. He's got a good butterfly. He's got to be careful. He's going to get swept. But Zaki didn't want to sleep because he's got that half guard and the leg is locked. If he really wants to sweep, he needs to open that half guard a little bit. And
yeah, that high knee shield is not going to help the elevation that you'd require for the sweep. But now Nathan making sure that he postures up. He might look to break away here and try some distance passing, a bit of Toriando. But no, he opts to get straight back in.
Into that half guard. I think Nathan trains with us a little bit, and you know we force half guard a lot, especially by games a lot. Very heavy on passing on the half guard, and one of the better ways to pass for a big boy. So I think he's used to doing that. Obviously, as you said, he cut weight to come down a weight class, right? So good take down.
There we go.
Nice pushing his face, trying to get him out the way, creating that distance that he needs.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start to enter the 3-minute mark. This has been an all-action affair. They definitely have not taken their foot off the gas tanks, but it's a pretty evenly matched encounter at this point in time. And the unfortunate part as we start to get into these later minutes of the round is that you see the athletes tire out.
Nathan's got a very strong cross face.
Fantastic work to get into that mount position.
Got into the mount position. Now he needs to gift wrap, get a pill underneath.
There we go. Trying to aim for that 2-on-1. He's got the strong cross face on, but
he's got to put that meat hook in, flatten him out again. Try and isolate an arm, whether he wants to enter into an S mount or a smother, or some form of, arm in triangle. As you can see, he's got that frame up. He needs to just isolate an arm. AC is trying to put that meat hook in to try and control him and control the guy's posture.
I'm really liking that that posture break by Nathan, making sure that he keeps that chin facing away from him. Very, very strong cross face, that hand attached to the lat. That's pit stop 101, again going for the Ezekiel choke. It's really tough in a no-gi environment.
Now that's a higher percentage. Now we're cooking. Now he's in toughy zone.
He is in this difficult position. But well done once again.
Yes.
The resilience of Sachs all the way.
Knee over, boom, yep, traps the knee. Now he's isolated one arm.
Nathan is coming up against 1 minute in order to... he's going for that nasty gas mask. Really trying to tire out his opponent. Sachs is focusing all of his energy to get those fingers away from his face. Taffy, do you play by the gas mask rules?
Bro, I love the gas mask. But I do it more to frustrate my opponent than anything else, right? It's funny. I was rolling in the gym the other day, and somebody was like, "No, use your weight," and I was like, "Yeah, you must use your weight."
Oh, Sachs doing a fantastic job to get out of there.
Great way to get out.
Fantastic job to get out of there. We're coming up into the last 30 seconds of the match. This one very evenly matched up, and most likely making its way to overtime.
There you go. So anyway, to cut a long story short, my point is you got to use whatever skills or physical attributes that you might have, right? If you've got a big hand and you're able to smother somebody, you got to use that to your advantage, right? Within the rule set or whatever's available to you. Because my argument is always, flyweights never slow down for you. We got to...
Nathan threatening the top triangle, but he's going to have a difficult...
It's more of a crank than anything else. There we go.
There we go. Fantastic showing by our competitors. Sachs taking some deep breaths there, getting some advice from his corner. One of no better corner to get some advice to.
So yeah, as we see in the replay here, you can see Nathan's trying to isolate that arm, puts the knee over, try and control, isolate that arm, and then basically goes into an S mount, modified S mount. And yeah, he's trying to put a triangle on and he rolls over, but wasn't able to complete. There wasn't enough time.
Okay, we're back live, and now in the back position. Sachs on Nathan's back first and foremost. Nathan is a scrambler, so you're going to see a lot of movement out of him. He's opted to start to fall to the choke hand side, and now addressing the hands.
Yeah, he's got to address the body triangle first, right? Oh, sorry. He's got to address the choke first, but then the body triangle afterwards. And he's got to get on his side, you know, lift his leg around so that he can unhook that body triangle. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day for him.
30 seconds already out on the clock. Sachs now going to the double underhooks to reset his control. Doing an excellent job in keeping Nathan in the center line, avoiding one of the hips and or shoulders dropping to the mat.
So he's got to fall on his right, almost going to that hip escape pyramid, which then allow him to extend that left leg to basically unlock the body lock, which will allow him to start using his hips to try and escape.
And there we go, Sachs giving back a little bit of the gas mask as well. You know, if you give it, you got to be willing to take
it, bro. You know.
But Nathan going into pyramid position, but it's going to be difficult to shake Sachs off with that body triangle.
That body triangle, bro, is debilitating, right? You can't do anything with it, and unfortunately, he has not addressed that body triangle the entire, over time. He's had a tough task, obviously having to fight the arms. But yeah, definitely he should have been. He should be trying to clear that body triangle.
Yeah, he needs to get on the opposite hip. He needs to start build a base on his elbow.
There we go.
He needs to weave the legs out. But unfortunately, I think Nathan will run out of time here. And just as I say that, the curse of the commentator, Nathan gets out with 8 seconds left on the clock. Takes deep breaths in himself and readies for what is going to have to be a
he's got a tough task ahead of him, right?
Difficult task. 2 minutes.
2 minutes that he's going to either sub or basically keep him in that position for nearly 2 minutes. Let's see how he goes. The key here is that chest and back plate connection. Look at that, he's controlling his arms very nicely. He's got that threat of that choke with the right hand. Just needs to work that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, paddle grip on the other end.
There we go.
He's maintaining both hooks in, deciding against the hip lock, but no, as I say, he switches into the hip lock.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or it's the same school.
Yeah, it's going to escape.
Oh, Nathan going back to the double unders to maintain the control. These guys have mirrored each other in a fascinating way tonight.
It's been a well-balanced fight, actually. It hasn't been a mismatch. Skill-wise, they're both very good. And you can see here, he's obviously got a double under on one side. He's trying to work a choke. He's got paddle control. He's just collecting that arm. Could do this, He's got to keep him there, basically. Bring him back to center.
Those hooks seem to be slipping off, but he's utilizing that hip control to make sure that Sachs doesn't go any further.
Absolutely.
We have 35 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and this one is going to go down to the wire.
He's got to hold on. Yeah, that's it. He's got to control that arm and basically just maintain that choking hand, because he's got to get him distracted, right, to start thinking about, not trying to roll away or do anything, because the key is going to be that choking hand. If he focuses on trying to escape, he's going to get choked out.
Yeah, and we are there, ladies and gentlemen. Time. Nathan takes the victory via ride time. Probably not the way that either fighter would have wanted to end this match, but we will continue to say throughout the night, if you let these fights go to overtime, you roll that dice. So fantastic showing by both gentlemen, mirroring each other throughout the fight, but Nathan takes the medal home.
Brilliant performance, and a show of skill from both fighters. So you can see that he's trying to. There's no upper joint control. It's brute force. Unfortunately, at this level, brute force just doesn't cut it. It helps, no doubt, but you know, these guys are resilient enough that it's not going to bother them, you know. And if a submission is on properly, that's when they start getting concerned.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to an ad break, and we will see you on the other side of that. Well, fight fans, our next match sees Tristan Lilford up against Alan Menone. Tristan comes in on short notice, having been the replacement for Kyle Lundy, who moved into the 8-man. He has some notable wins over a few of the competitors that we saw earlier in the evening, whereas Alan has expanded his jiu-jitsu knowledge, traveling over to the US, attaining the new nickname California Al. See us, get us underway, please.
Making his debut on less than a week's notice, representing the always ready Wolfpack of WSG, fighting from the red corner, please welcome the talented Tristan Lilford. His opponent, a legend in his own right, fighting out of the blue corner, representing East Rand BJJ. Please welcome California Al Mehene. Your referee in charge is Brandon Leach.
Already an enticing affair. We have Tristan Lilford going for the Nicky Rod look tonight, and another B-team look, Mexican Ground Karate, Craig Jones. So a little bit of entertainment just before our matchup.
Absolutely. So not too sure much about Tristan. Haven't really seen him, or I think this is his debut, right?
That is correct. It is his debut. His brother, Byron Lilford, has been on the WTA mat before.
Yep.
But Tristan is, he's making waves on the sub-king scene. It's really what's got him onto this mat tonight. He's a fantastic athlete, as you can see. We weren't sure if Bruce Banner was going to was walking out onto the mats tonight. An absolute specimen, and let's see if he can use that to his advantage.
Absolutely, clearly very athletic. Looks athletic. He's doing the right things. Nice little body lock there. Now basically, yeah, he's got to take him down. Stop his weight. Boom. See a necktie. Unfortunately, he let go of the body lock.
7 minutes, 5 seconds, Tristan.
Looking to tie up those that collar tie.
Yeah.
Both athletes, although Alan had his hands on Tristan's traps, trying to bicep ride.
Well, as we all know, Vickers' style is very heavy, very physical, in your face. He's very aggressive. I think obviously when he used to compete, he was super aggressive in his style. And that obviously comes through with his students as we see them obviously on the mat, and you can see with that, very strong young man, very dominant, and he's stringing things nicely, very confident, and obviously believes in his systems, which is great to see.
you know, both fighters putting a lot on the line tonight. Tristan coming in at short notice, a white belt still, up against Alan, and accepting the fight against him, being a purple belt. You know, Sasha and I were talking a little bit earlier in the evening to say, you know, in the game of no-gi jiu-jitsu and grappling, belts and age means very little these days, with these absolute animals coming in at such a young age, blue belts, and wrecking it across the scene. So Tristan will try and make his own statement to the same account tonight.
Yeah, so he should, right? I mean, the fact that he's confident enough, his coach is confident enough to back him to be on this platform is testament to the fact that he must have some skills, right? And look at that, single leg. Must watch his neck now, because obviously he's in for a guillotine there.
Mr. Jeremy Gimmel just making sure that he protects that laptop, and it is a very important laptop tonight. All of the smooth comp information is on that. So well done to the team over there, Bobby helping out.
They were probably worried about the two giants, you know. You know, the saying goes, you know, when elephant fights, it's the ground that suffers. So
the fight has found its way down to the ground. Alan making sure that he steps on that hip, trying to create a little bit of space in that half guard position. Probably going to look to insert that hook on the near side. Referee looking at the position to reset them into the middle of the mat. There we go. A little belly tap by California Al there. Making sure that Tristan knows what's coming next.
Oh, cheeky from California Al. They're trying to get a hook in when he didn't have a hook, you know. But obviously, you know, young Tristan not having any of it, so he's got a fast side underhook.
Yeah.
Al's got a nice frame in there. And Tristan now is obviously going to start working his passing systems.
Yeah, and he's in a enviable position, you know, the cross face. He's got the far side underhook. He's going chest on chest, half guard, trying to really take full advantage of that top position.
And he just needs to stay heavy here, right? He needs to stay heavy, you know, for like 2 minutes, dominate that position, tire his opponent out, which then makes, if he puts a submission on, that much easier, because you've broken the will of your opponent effectively, right? So you got to frustrate your opponent enough that he just, in the end, just gives up.
But he lets go of that far side underhook. You know, there was a floating pass on there, but opted to start to attack the neck. And no, he goes back to it.
He needs to put his head on the mat.
Lots of pressure, as you can see by California Al's face.
It's just gone red, right?
And he'd probably look to pass over that knee line. He's going to make sure that he puts his head on the mat, get a pyramid position going.
Stay heavy on this side, because obviously, you know, with that, you know, butterfly, he needs to activate it. He wants to sweep him obviously to the right.
We're quickly approaching the 3-minute mark, and then what a wonderful pass. Excellent. And he's got one of the underhooks.
Again, perfect example. There's a lot of pressure at the top, and basically he had forgotten about that little hook, because obviously he's got to worry about alleviating that pressure that he basically has, you know, on the top part of his body. Hence why now he's still applying more pressure. He'll start to get that arm up and isolate it. Look, he starts to walk the hand, and basically, you know, he's going to get the arms underneath and basically start exposing that arm a little bit more to attack that arm, or to attack some form of choke.
As a reminder, Tristan did say his one of his favorite submissions is the smother choke, so he'll probably be looking to work his way there. And unfortunately for California Al, he's going to be in there in a very terrible position, being smothered with a shirtless man.
He's doing so well. He's so calm, staying heavy. And the key here is obviously you never have your hips and your chest connected at the same time, unless you basically got those arms up, right? But old California Al is not really doing much in terms of trying to escape, in terms of bumping, you know, off-balancing his opponent, trying to get his hands on the mat to sort of base himself out. But also it's credit to Tristan, right? He's trapped his arms, you know, he's moved away from the power of center, which is obviously the hips, And look now, he's trying to set up that smother.
And we just pass over the 2-minute mark.
Look at this, he's really going for it now.
And you know, you talk about Tristan not offering up anything, but it's sometimes a point that you don't have anything to offer up when you're in that pit stop position, particularly where your opponent is doing everything correct. He opts to get back into side control. You know, there's a gap there for the knee on belly, but he probably wants to make his weight felt from that side control position, start to set up perhaps a north-south movement, isolate that arm.
Very patient for a white belt. He's actually quite impressive, right? Because normally white belts, like, he would have been trying to get back onto mount, but he's obviously listening to his corner. He's patient, heavy crossface. He's turned his chin, turned his head to ensure that obviously he can't get swept, or he can't get reversed. Rather, not swept, can't get reversed. And he's looking, you know, he's being methodical in his attack, right? He's looking for an arm. He's going 2-on-1 on that far side arm. Attack. He's going to hopefully connect.
There we go. Rolls, makes his way to the back position. Shades of Mikey Musumeci there.
He's got to come up on top, right, and just flatten him like a pancake, and then you'll be in a dominant position there. But
well, the job on hand for Tristan right now is to last out and ride out the last 20 seconds of this match. His best bet is going to be in taking this to overtime, but he is in threat of the neck, and
Tristan's
there we go.
manifolds have been working hard, bro. It's, he's been pushed. You can definitely tell he's been pushed, and you know, he spent the better part of this fight at the bottom, and as we all know, the person at the bottom is literally having to push and carry somebody else's weight and breathe. Very intimidating at time, and obviously, you know, your will is get sapped very quickly.
And the crowd appreciating the good effort from both competitors. We're looking at some of the replay here, and as my brilliant co-commentator stated, lots of domination there by Tristan, and you know, it's beautiful when you get to see a systematic attack from such a young competitor, young in the sport of jiu-jitsu. But he's most definitely showcasing those skills that got him picked for the WTA match tonight. And now both athletes are sitting in the middle. Tristan first off on California L's back. Let's see what he's got.
So yeah, here he's in trouble. He's out.
We're gonna have to look to pyramid up, and
he's out.
There we go.
He already turned around. You know, people get confused with Ibai. Ibai is very simple. You lose the back. You know, the fact that he had a...
Just look at this replay.
So just watching, so he's attacking the arm. But,
yeah,
you know,
those hips were turned into...
The hips were turned
Tristan,
long before he flipped that leg over.
I think the first white belt mistake of the night, but you know, he endeavored fantastically well in this matchup. It's not over yet, of course, but Big Al, now this is where the experience comes in.
Absolutely.
Understands what he needs to do.
And once he holds on, basically once the time's up, then he's won, right? It's, smart jiu-jitsu.
Chest plate to back plate, both hooks in and out of the death. California Al brings the win home. Mexican ground karate at its finest.
Bro, you know, Tristan needs to hold his head up high. That was phenomenal. I think he dominated. He was on top. If this went to a ref decision and I was a ref, I would definitely have given it to Tristan before I gave it to California.
Could not agree more with you, Taffy. You know, hold your head up high, Tristan.
Absolutely.
We are most definitely going to see this young man back on the mats sometime soon. But California Al doing what he does and bringing home the win. Both respect between both camps. We switched to a few of the replay from the action, and as you mentioned, holding on for dear life and ensuring that he takes the W home. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to another ad break. We will see you on the other side of that.
The Blue Line is a cut above the rest and is your leader in sourcing, branding, and media solutions. From branding of events, corporate gifting, content solutions, to professional event management. The Blue Line is your only turnkey solution provider. For more information, visit theblueline.co.za.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in 15 minutes. So we'll have a short interval and then we will be back with more action in 15 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Winner Takes All 7 live from Johannesburg in South Africa. A big warm welcome to wherever you are watching in the world. We still have 3 titles on the line tonight, so join us for what is some world-class jiu-jitsu action. Let's join our commentary team now, Ty Moodley and Sasha Robinson.
Thank you, CS. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a highly anticipated match, and what a way to bring back the action. Definitely a contender for match of the night sees Edson Mashivani versus Wade Caspi. Edson is on a 2-match winning streak in the MMA domain, whilst Wade is on his way out, focusing on jiu-jitsu. The 61.2 kg bout promises to be an absolute cracker. CS, please get us underway.
Well, that brings us to a potential barn burner in the bantamweight division between 2 high-flying athletes. Fighting out of the red corner, representing Crayon BJJ, please welcome Edson Mashivani. His opponent represents Mad Fit in Cape Town and fights out of the blue corner. Please welcome Wade Caspi. Your referee in charge is Brandon Leach.
Well, once again, we have Edson Mashivani versus Wade Caspi onto the mat. Both men opting for the black, just with Wade the Mad Fit white trim. And, you know, as Sia said, this is going to be an absolute barn burner. Both very, very competitive individuals. As I said, Edson on his MMA trail, but Wade deciding to focus more on the jiu-jitsu. Wade being the more systematic individual, with Edson is going to create some surprises and scrambles. Sasha, how do you see this one going down?
No, I agree with you. I think Edson's just shown himself continuously, time and time again, that he's there for a competition. You know, he wants to be the best, and he's headed that way. And Wade's the same. He's competitive. We know he trains with BK. We know. You
saw those level changes, didn't you?
Yeah,
Look
absolutely.
at that. Look at that. Yeah.
You can see he trains with BK with the wrestling, and I think this is going to be a cracker, as you say.
Oh, but it's an around the head and opting to drop down into the
for a sweep there.
Yeah. Full guard guillotine, but he lost the head, of course. Body triangle on. With Edson trying to break that posture, but he's decided to switch up the body triangle to the other side. Edson obviously being the taller competitor, longer legs, probably going to try use that to his advantage in the guard.
We know he likes some triangles. We know he likes his heel hooks.
Yep, but Wade getting into the ankle lock position, opting to move towards the legs, and the fighters break away. Edson looking for that knee cut.
Wade's very calm.
Absolutely
very
calm.
Fluid.
Edson
He's
dropping
expected
down.
this.
Ooh, going for the toe hold. He's putting a lot of pressure on that foot. Edson riding it out.
Doing a good job to roll out of that.
Ooh.
Seems like it's on though.
Wade decides to give that up. You know, sometimes it's a bit of a veteran move to jump out of and abort the submission. You know, don't blow out your arms. Make sure that you maintain that good top pressure position, and then find a new route to market. Chest and chest half guard there, pressuring up with double underhooks. Wade pyramiding. He's probably going to look to get that windstream wiper out once he's set his base.
Might move towards the back, it looks like.
Two very decorated corners in each of the for each of the fighters. I think Dylan's going to get tired of walking out here as many times as he has tonight, but obviously we have, let's get back to this action. Wonderful, wonderful back work there by Edson. He's going to try to look to isolate that arm and get the the far side leg over the head, but you know, Wade smart to that and addressing it very quickly, but sliding out. And he's trying to set up his own hold on that arm. And both competitors saved by a group of fans there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what a finish by Edson, giving the D-Generation X crotch X to the...
I do wonder if that incident threw him off a bit, threw Wade off a bit.
Yeah, it very well could be. We're going to have to get to this replay and just see what happened there. Some of the earlier action underway from that guard playing position, that body triangle. Edson trying to break posture, but we're really trying to get to that action right at the end here. Edson jumping onto the back, rolling over the top. The fans trying to help out there. The arm was extended down to the ground, and he gets the tap.
No, he got that.
Yeah. There we go.
That was a beautiful match. I love seeing fight like that. You know, they get stuck in. It's technical. It's a scramble. It's like, I believe that South African Jiu-Jitsu is on its way to be, you know, world class. Might even really be there. You know, the likes of Blue Griffith.
Oh, most definitely. And you know, outside of the spotlight of the Griffith siblings, you know, we've got Monique Milestone started representing us over at Masters in Las Vegas this weekend. So good luck to Monique out there, a WTA champion. And I think she's going to pick up from where she left off at the Europeans.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It's exciting as well, you know. I think she's one of the first females that in my years actually going overseas, which is quite cool. You know, what I can respect is like watching her from the beginning and seeing where she is now, and it's so cool to see that we could get there as well.
Oh, fantastic. So we're going to hand the action straight back to my main man, CS.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, up next is a featherweight matchup with Fight of the Night written all over it. Fighting out of the red corner, fresh off one of the most memorable debuts, representing Quan Vessel's Academy, please welcome Timnam Mhlauli. His opponent returns after an emphatic quintet performance. He represents the House of Tinkerbell. From the blue corner, please welcome Justin Thomas. Your referee, Brandon Leach.
Well, Sash, I am going to have to put my my chips on the table for this one. Timna, a training partner of ours out at Quan Vessels, one of the first Quan Vessels athletes out here tonight. There are, of course, the affiliations to Constrictor and to Cornerstone BJJ, but firmly, I really do understand the game of Timna, but so does Timna understand the danger of Justin Thomas. You know, Justin is a durable athlete. He's surprised a couple of people along the way with his showings in the WTA setting. The way that he rode out that quintet against Reese, who is a top competitor, but Timna going to his bread and butter with the body lock, looking for the wrestle, but Justin, once again, turning it straight over. Thread of the guillotine there, but Timna's already got that forehead down onto the ground. He'll be cool, calm, and collected in this position.
You can see the back of his head's already. Yeah. So what can we expect from Timna?
So, you know, I was expecting a little bit more wrestle heavy from the start of the match, you know, but some of you're kind of seeing the ground wrestling taking place right now. He's going to be heavy on that body lock. He's going to try lock those hips down to the ground. Could potentially look for the floating pass, the side closest to us, which you can see he's already agitating for. And you know, Timna's a pressure player. You know, the hyena pack, as they call them, out at Convessel's, Timna, Raymond, and Liam. You know, all three youngsters, all with very similar games, but you know that you've rolled with them, despite a very big difference in weight.
Yeah, and one of the things is it's pressure, and it's a lot. It's distracting, actually, which is what you want, right? You want to gain respect and distract your opponent and kind of move them towards a position that you can capitalize on, right?
Sure. No, unrelenting pressure. I think that's how I'd describe that one. But again, Justin doing a really good job here. Oh, he's looking to Kimura that arm. He's already got the lock on over the top, and he's latched onto his own wrist. Timna will look into his armpit in order to relieve any pressure there, and he'll look for back exposure, which he's working towards, and Justin readjusts to getting that arm around the head.
Looks like Timna's going for a bit of a Kimura. I mean, Khabib lost that.
The other subtle undertone of this match is, of course, Justin having beaten out a teammate of Timna, Armand van Buren, and Armand van der Berg. And, you know, our thoughts go out to both Armand and his family. We know that Sub Kings have showcased a beautiful video this evening, and trying to send people towards the Back-A-Buddy fund that they are raising for him, and hopefully we can see Armand back on the mats in the distant future.
Justin's quite heavy on the guillotine.
Yeah, this could play both ways for Justin. You know, he's got to be careful that he doesn't blow out those arms with continually trying to look for a sub that's not there. But at the same time, he is ensuring that he doesn't make it easy for Timna to start moving across the body. But there he goes. He's stepped over the one leg, looking to reinforce that position, half guard. Probably try to work his way to chest on chest half guard. And he's threading that leg, extending it, turning his knees towards Justin's hips and putting the windscreen wiper in. Very systematic work by Timna going on right now. This is high-level jiu-jitsu, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that pressure must be so ugly.
There we go, sliding back into that guard position, opting for the seated guard this time, now back into a supine position. For those at home, supine when your back is on the floor in that guard position, but he decides to close up his guard, and we're back to where we started, ladies and gentlemen. Cool, calm, and collected support coming out from the corner of Timna. Obviously coming from a veteran of the Convessel stable, Mr. Warren King. Black belt in his own right, and a belt holder of the WTA circuit. We've just entered the 3-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. And this has been a match of chess, right, Sash?
It's quite cool to watch, especially watching Timna's. You know, his top game is quite heavy. You know, the air grip and his head control as well. I've been watching it is really good. It's almost instinct. It's almost instinct. And Justin's doing a good job to keep his guard and re-guard where he can. And
he's most definitely, you know, putting his hand up for quite a gamer. You know, he knows how to deal with different problem statements. You know, we talked about Armand, we talked about Reese, we're now talking about Timna, and all three having very different games, and Justin adjusting to what he needs to do in order to deal with that. He likes that inversion, you know, to get back onto his shoulders in order to regain his guard, and it's proving to be quite a solution for some of the problems that Tim is presenting tonight.
Sneaky as well. I mean, you wouldn't expect it from a man of his build as well. Well, I wouldn't, at least.
We'll leave out the types of builds that you look for another day, Sasha.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
You know, quickly approaching the last 90 seconds of this match, and a impressive showing. Sometimes jiu-jitsu can't be all action and all scrambling, but I hope that we've been able to showcase some of the little movements that are really counting towards, particularly in Timna, like trying to make his way out of that full guard position and work towards that chest-on-chest half guard. But, oh, Justin threatening the Kimura to get the sweep, and now he's looking to extend that arm. 51 seconds on the clock. Tim's probably going to try and put that left-hand side hook in to elevate Justin and get that top position again.
Nice.
There we go.
That was well done.
Fantastic work by both gentlemen there. Justin, of course, seeing the opportunity to attack that Kimura, and Tim being wise to it.
That was awesome, actually. Exactly chess. Threaten, attack.
Last 27 seconds as the referee resets the competitors in the middle of the squared circle.
Looks like we're heading towards an overtime. Never say never. It's 5 seconds. Anything can happen.
And given... Well, excellent showing. And now we are going to roll the dice, Sasha Robinson. Do you think we're ever going to get another spider card in the overtime set?
I feel like Justin would pick it, if I'm going to guess.
Okay.
Did he? No.
We're looking at a couple of the highlights from the match right here. As we talked about, a game of chess, the competitors finding themselves in very similar situations, making small movements, and Justin with that inversion that we were talking about. He's on Timna's back to start off right now. Timna, this is where the scramble comes in. This is where the competitive nature of the Convessel system comes in, and he turns over and is out of there in 15 seconds. Wonderful work by Timna. And now he'll look to lock down his opponent. But the job's not done until it's done.
The job's not done until it's done. I like that. That was so quick.
Justin opting to move to the underhook side, which is a strange one in this situation. Timna getting the bottom side body triangle on, extending the bottom leg. It's going to make it very difficult for him. And there we go. Timna with the win, proving out that he doesn't need to have striking to get the win. Obviously, Timna involved in the last combat jiu-jitsu matchup, and now showcasing and really wanting, speaking to Big L, and really wanting to showcase his grappling skills, and he has done so. But a wonderful match nonetheless. Two very, very competitive opponents and chess players. Okay, we're going to take it to an ad break, and we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
The CMH Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now semi-final time of the 8-man. A spot in the final is at stake. From the red corner, please welcome back Brandon Nordia. In the blue corner, please welcome back Michael Block. Your referee is Brandon Leach.
Well, we have a fascinating match ahead of us, Sash. If you recall, in the earlier rounds, we had Brandon take on Kyle Lundy. That one went to overtime. Just a reminder that Brandon is one of the heavy athletes in this 8-man, so he dropped weight to make the 8-man. We'll have to see what toll that has on his gas tank as the night goes on. And then on the other side, Michael Block getting the finish within regular time. Obviously, the opposite counts, but I will remind our viewers at home, this weekend, Michael Block made it to the ADCC final, unfortunately losing out to Kyle Lundy. But that being said, a lot of mat time from both athletes. Oh, double underhooks there.
Straight
Gets
to
the
mount.
takedown straight to mount, and now this is a tough position to be in with just over 5 minutes on the clock. He's walking those fingers up, trying to get that underhook. He's got it. That elbow is off the floor with the tight cross face. Very, very nice systematic work by Michael. Brandon pushing on that hips, getting instruction from his corner to kip. It's a little bit difficult when you've got the other arm tied up, and Michael doing a fantastic job in maintaining the top pressure, maintaining the pit stop position, and then making his weight felt.
Naturally, I think he wants to move to back or something. I think that's what he was trying to aim for earlier. Maybe he's going for a bit of a smother. He is.
Looking for the smother, but Brandon also utilizing that opportunity to initiate that kip. There's a little bit of back exposure there, but now he gets back to the center with his back on the floor. Fantastic work. Single leg X on on Michael, trying to isolate that ankle, maybe utilize it as a sweep and get on top, but no, he's going for the outside heel hook with the inside Ashi leg position, and there's a toe hold there, attempt by Michael. It's a good old-fashioned shootout. See Alistair Bishop's face getting a bit queasy there.
Me as well. You can't look. I don't like that 50-50. I don't like that shootout. Because they're going until the other person's, dead, broken. That's not fun. But it's a competition. What can we expect?
And the unfortunate danger with that toe hold is, sometimes you think that you can fight out of that position until you hear the snap.
And it goes.
But we're getting into a little bit more of a neutral position, less of a threat on now. But wait, the butterfly Ashi position from Michael Block, looking for that straight ankle.
Some beautiful leg work, actually.
Excellent leg work here. Butterfly Ashi, shotgun grip. Both of the competitors close to the edge, but referee is on top of the action. Bad news looking at the footage on the big screen. So cool, calm, and collected, getting that foot onto the ground. Excellent work from both competitors. Oh, fantastic. Michael Block finding himself on top this time around. He's going to look to exert some pressure. As I said, he is the heavier individual coming in.
This is their second match, though.
This is their second match.
They're a little tired.
Approaching the 2-minute mark. Sash, I have to ask you, this is the second pair of leopard pants coming out from Bad News. I believe it was the pink first round.
Are we waiting for a third?
Oh.
I'm hoping. If that's what's going on,
there we go.
There better be a third. Can't leave us hanging. But everyone enjoys a Craig Jones marketing gig.
Learn from the best, right?
Mexican ground karate.
At least learn from second place.
Yeah. First the worst, second the best. I think that's how he thinks it.
You know, there's a lot of time spent on the mat by both individuals throughout their career. Brandon got into jiu-jitsu around the 2003-2004 era. Actually started in traditional jiu-jitsu, then made his way into the Brazilian form of it. And he's using those double underhooks right now in that mounted position, trying to, in that half guard position, excuse me, trying to make that pressure felt. But he is fast approaching his second overtime for the 8-man. If he's able to pull this off and get to the final and put on a good show, it's going to be interesting to see how he manages those energy stores. Some elevation there from Michael with his double butterflies. Sash, what would you be looking to do in this instance?
I would be looking to trying to get out of that hip control. I don't like it when I'm locked down like that. I think it's stopping his butterfly guard as well. I try to get hips out here, you know, making frames cross face and you know, working from a half guard, which it seems like he likes. He likes to work from a half guard. He kind of shuffles, maybe looking for a sweep. But that top pressure.
That top pressure is telling, and a bit of a shake of a head from Michael to his corner. I think that pressure is telling, and we make it to overtime. And once again, will the experience of bad news come up trumps in this overtime period? Let's switch to the replays, Sasha. Tell us what you see.
There's a lot going on here. You know, bad news in the top pressure. That's become a problem.
Apologies for that. There,
that was a lot of the issue was that, you know, negating the top pressure, navigating around that, and that happens. Those are the things you need to avoid, the obstacles that you got to cross in overtime.
There we go. Michael Block starting on the back for the first time this evening. He's looking to force that choke, getting that arm across the face, switching between arms. Brandon looking to get those shoulders onto the ground on the opposite side, but a reset from Michael. And that looks like Brandon is out. No. It has been called not out from the judges' table.
Elbow was still off.
And that's why I'm sitting behind the commentary box and not in the refereeing table, but now Brandon finds his way out. Fantastic work there. I think that was 41 seconds?
41 seconds.
41 seconds, so we now look to see how he can manage control in that back position. But, you know, he's going to have to hold on for dear life here. Michael knows what he needs to do. I don't necessarily think that we're going to see him take the risk of attempting the choke. I think he's going to go for the strategy of holding on for dear life. Michael
seems like it at the moment. I think he needs to start, you know, negating feet.
And the problem with falling onto that underhook side is that, you know, you've got to start to set a base with your elbow on the ground. But that, as you can see from the footage there, he's finding it difficult to get that elbow to the ground. He's trying. He's addressing the hands to do so, but still finding it difficult.
You actually got to get your head to the other side before you fall, you know?
Yep. No, that's a great piece of detail there, Sasha. And from a true jiu-jitsu practitioner, easier said than done from the commentary box, of
100%.
course. But there we go. It is fantastic work by Brandon Bad News Nordia.
Okay, I'm waiting for the pants now.
I hope that he's got a third pair of those leopard skin pants.
There has to be.
Excellent work. The veteran showcasing why he was chosen for the 8-man. His hand gets raised, and he makes his way to the final to fight for the title and the 10,000 Rand up for grabs. Michael, a valiant effort, good showing, and we hope to see him back on the stage sometime soon. Just looking at a couple of the replays, a lot of it was in the regular phase of the fight, but we know that it was won in the overtime, and I still can't ring through the praises of Brandon Nordia as much as I have already. Fantastic showing, and we look forward to the next set of action. Joining me back in the commentary booth is Mr. Taffy Gutu, but before you get underway, Taffy, we are going to skip to an ad break, and then we will welcome on our next semi-finalist for the night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are back underway, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to welcome out the next semi-final of this 8-man eliminator, getting Jason Duran to manage to finish his fight in the regular time up against Cam Pritchard. I wonder if we're going to get a double shirtless affair. We won't know until our fighters are out, and handing it over to CS to welcome our fighters onto the mat.
Well, with one spot in the final already secured, another one waits. In the red corner, please welcome back Jason Durant. In the blue corner, welcome back Cameron Pritchard. Your referee, Bobby Karajanidis.
Well, this one's going to be quite interesting, I think. Are they both down in Cape Town? In fact, I think Cam's just moved on to Paarl.
Cam's just moved on to Paarl, correct?
Just moved on to Paarl. So I believe he's trying to open a gym. He's trying to raise some money. And he'll be training down there, so this will be super interesting. Cam super strong.
Oh, there we go, straight shooting to the double leg. Lands up in top position. Jason got the that arm around the neck, really just utilizing it to get into a better position. There wasn't
like Cam's in a bit of a rush, isn't he? He's in a hurry. His urgency is almost like to push.
Oh,
hello.
Jason on the toe hold. He's applying quite a bit of force there. Cam making sure that
toe hold towards his bum.
There we go. Pulling the heel towards himself, looking for that back exposure. That back is there for the taking, but it's very difficult in the position that he has his legs in. He's going to have to start to climb on top of Jason, but he could probably use that as an opportunity to get out of this position. He wants to clear that leg, make sure that the foot isn't in that position that it is in, and for Jason to once again threaten that toe hold.
You see, he's trying to fight for that inside position, and now he's out. Brilliant work from Cameron. But Cam's looking a bit light, eh? From when we used to know him. I think he's dropped a few kilos.
Yeah, I think so too. I didn't get the official weight that he came in today, but I would say that he's definitely the lighter of the two athletes, potentially not even making the 93 kg weight limit.
So I think, he kind of mentioned to me he's like 84, 85. It's quite significant, I think.
On the other hand, Jason has in his vlog piece ahead of this 8-man this weekend, had talked about how he got tired of cutting weight, tired of trying to make that middleweight title division, and therefore he opted to stick it out here in light heavyweight and stamp his authority on this division. And we know he's a highly talented individual. He's got youth on his side. It's going to serve him well in a match that could potentially go to the distance this evening. And he's finding himself in a position where, the Cam threatening the
Cam's
DAS.
favorite DAS.
Yeah. But fantastic work by Jason.
Trying that buggy choke again. Trying to connect Kimura. Cam taking his time, trying to pass. Cam slowed down a little bit though, but I mean he's still heavy. Look at that.
Still heavy, slowed down. He's got to operate around that knee line, and he opts to just detach himself there. Maybe looking for the Toriando pass. Jason inverts, uses the opportunity to get his butterflies back in. Double knee shield, but Cam attacking that head to negate the double knee shield.
Nice pass.
Nice pass. Got the crossface, knee on belly. It's not a position that you want to find yourself too often, and he uses it to get into the mount position. Wonderful work by Cam there.
This is where Cam gets very comfortable. Look at that crossface. Super strong. Turning him to the side. Jason's trying to L-frame, basically force the half guard again, which he does successfully. Cam now going into his turning sequence, trying to pass, long step. Back to the top.
Once again trying to attack that leg. He's got the heel hook in, but Cam addresses it fantastically well. As we enter the last 2 minutes of the fight, Taffy, Cam jumping over, trying to get into that mounted position.
He's picked up the pace again.
Strong
crossface. Just put his head on the mat and basically just pass.
Cam most definitely just cycling through these positions.
Trying to set up an armbar there, maybe. Stacking him.
Once again, Cam breaks away. Was potentially looking for some distance passing, but decides to just cross over the knee line and get back into this half guard position. He's going to look to isolate the arm inside control. But
he's done that very well. Leg over.
Fantastic work by Cam in order to attack the back of Jason. He's trying to capture that arm, trap that arm. Both competitors doing an amazing job to address the threat of the other. This is top class jiu-jitsu, Mr. Beauty.
Game of give and take, eh?
It's another shootout on those legs. Cam fishing for that heel again, but also utilizing it.
Jason's hit it very well.
And unfortunately, finding himself in a difficult position and a ding-dong back on top.
And we're going to find ourselves getting back into overtime. There we go. Well, ups and downs. To and fro's, and good to see a very good technical fight. Lots of submission attempts, which is what we like to see. It is a submission competition after all. And you come here to submit people, not to play hand fighting. But it'll be interesting to see how we get on here.
I was particularly impressed by both gentlemen in terms of how they dealt with the leg threats. I do believe that they've competed up against one another before, and the result of that was a leg entanglement and then a submission on the legs.
Yeah.
But now we get into the famed back position, the choice of most of our athletes, not just tonight, but across the WTA circuit.
Interesting. So the key here is just maintaining that chest back plate, right? And that symmetry, and then obviously that head position. Interestingly, Cam's fall into the choking side. He's fighting the arms on the inside. Oh, hello.
Oh, Jason opting to put the backside arm behind the
It's
head.
deep though, it's not really that deep. That's the...
He's probably looking for a bit more of a crank than a choke.
Yeah. You can see some hand fighting, but he has to address that triangle as well. Oh, it's that body triangle.
Fantastic work there by Jason to get him back to the center line. Now Cam looking to exit the door at the other end, but Jason getting the choking hand back underneath the head.
He's out. Absolutely, he's out.
A little bit of confusion there, but most definitely the right decision. Shoulders and his elbows down to the floor. And he now needs to ensure that he maintains this control for at least a minute.
Yep.
And I think just like the previous match that we saw, is probably going to be the best bet to hold on tight and make sure that you win through right time, as opposed to risking it and going for the choke.
But knowing Cam is going to go full belt, right? I don't think... See, there we go. Body lock. Hip lock, rather, should I say. So there's a bit of confusing there. I think Cam said he's going for a submission. What is that, a banana split?
That would be a twister, but there
yeah.
does seem to be a little bit of confusion here. The referees are approaching the judging table to get a call here. I'm not entirely sure what they are going to do if if this confusion persists. But they might have to call the big man, Alistair Bishop, into the action. Unfortunately, he's the fall guy. Typically, he's the guy who has to ultimately make the decision if the judging table does not get on top of it.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough one today. I think Wade was also not a little bit happy with the way he lost, because they got pushed from the side. Then I think the armbar went a little bit deeper, and he was calling and saying basically, the push actually helped his opponent to basically put the armbar on. So
sure, and these things happen, right? These things happen in competitions, not just on the local scene, but the international scene.
The thing is, right, is we are human after all, right?
But fantastic sportsmanship here by Jason, saying, "Come, let's get it going." I'm happy to entertain the replay. It looks like, which is you got to throw it up to Jason if that's what he was trying to intimate.
This is also highly, highly unusual. I mean, number of comps that I've been at where the player can actually talk to the umpire. This is quite interesting.
But we're looking at some of the action underway here.
So this is what's the question now?
Now,
right?
another question is whether this
is a
twister position. Yeah.
So that does look like a submission attempt.
Sure. So, the two situations in which you would gain the exit out of this overtime rule set is by either getting your shoulders and your elbows to the floor or turning your hips towards your opponent so that you end up in the guard position. So the question is whether in that twister position, those hips had turned enough to force the end of the match.
Yeah.
And now the decision has been made after multiple replays, and it looks like the win is going to go to a young, sprightly Jason Durant. Well done to him.
Congrats, young man. And to Cam as well. I mean, it was a very technical, entertaining fight.
Well, two semifinals that made their way to overtime after we saw very few overtimes in the earlier rounds, and we have bad news up against Jason Durant. Talk about a final.
Indeed, indeed. That's going to be quite interesting. Going to be quite interesting. I kind of want to root for the young man, actually.
I think this replay is going to be looked at multiple times over and over. Obviously, Cam not happy with the result, but that being said, the table most definitely looked at it a couple of times and they ran up the decision, and at the end you've got to rely on the judges.
Yeah.
You have an experienced team behind the table, and
from that shot, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think his hips will turn fully.
Okay.
But glad I'm not making the choice.
I'll second that, Mr. Gutu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's some great action that we are looking forward to as we make our way to the title fights, but we're going to switch to an ad and then we'll get back onto the action straight away.
Everyone in my weight class, I always have an idea of who's in my weight class. I'm always sizing everybody up. So regardless, like months before the fights happened, I've thought about the guy, I've thought about how I'm gonna beat him, how I'm gonna go about the fights. I think Cedric is a very tough competitor. I was actually thinking about it the other day. Literally the year I started martial arts, Cedric was fighting Demart for the EFC Bantamweight title. So for me, in terms of my own personal growth, to see how I'm now fighting or getting the opportunity to come across these guys and test my skills against them, it's big for me. Like, I have a lot of respect for Cedric. I've always been friendly with him. I mean, we're always at the events together, coaching our guys, chatting. So like, there's no animosity against him, but obviously a fight's a fight. And I know he's coming to take my head off, so I'm planning to do the same.
Raymond Acute as opponent is a great guy. I like Raymond. I've got respect for anybody that tries to pursue this full time. Unfortunately, in my generation, we're a bit behind. So, yeah, couldn't pursue it full time like he does. I hope he makes millions of dollars out of this fight career one day. I wish him all the best. And I like Raymond, always on the scenes. We cordial with each other, we chat and about experiences, our last fights. So yeah, I like Raymond a lot. Preparing for Raymond, I'm not really specifically preparing for Raymond. I'm preparing to fight anybody, anytime. I'm not studying his footage or anything like that. I know he's got a good triangle, so obviously I need to stay out of his guard. But yeah, just my all-around training, doing my own thing, and let's see what happens.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time that a lot of people have been looking forward to. The inaugural Submission Kings Combat Jiu-Jitsu title awaits, and it's going down in a few moments' time. Let's go back to our commentary team for the tale of the tape.
Thank you so much, CS. Well, for those of you that have not been entertained tonight, we switch over to our first title fight of the night, which promises to be an absolute slapfest. Long been lauded as the top amateur MMA athlete in the country, and recently stepping up into the professional circuit. He goes up against the veteran in Cedric Doyle. CS, over to you.
Well, it's the moment many of you have been waiting for. It's finally arrived. It is the inaugural Submission Kings Combat Jiu-Jitsu title on the line. A fan favorite between two amazing talents. Put your hands together. From the red corner, riding a wave of momentum, representing Quan Vessels, please welcome Razor Raymond Akutz. His opponent represents Secunda and his gym, the Dominator's Den. Please welcome Cedric the Dominator Doyle. Your referee in charge is Bobby Karajanides.
Well, folks, we have a match on our hands. Raymond Akut in the full black and Cedric Doyle in the black and red. The referee most definitely just reiterating the rules of combat jiu-jitsu, making sure the competitors understand when they are allowed to strike. Raymond coming out with the entire crew from Quan Vessels. Obviously, we have to just lay our allegiances on the table, Taffy. Let's understand that a training partner of ours. But obviously, we understand who he is up against, and Cedric is a absolute legend in the sport of MMA in South Africa. So we are expecting a great match.
Yeah. So. This rules is very interesting. Obviously, it's a normal no-gi fight.
Oh,
but once they're on the floor, they basically can start. Down. Yeah, they can start slapping with an open palm, and slaps can go anywhere really. There's to the head, to the body, wherever you feel is appropriate. Very heavy chin strap. There we go.
Oh, straight to the face.
To the
at
face.
The bottom there. Raymond looking at some kind of head and arm tie-up, a variation of a DOS or anaconda. But Cedric with his hand firmly around that head, making sure that he controls posture, trying to flatten him out. Referee Bobby making sure that they don't fall off that stage.
So Ray's going to try and get underneath him, and hopefully reverse the position. There he is. He's trying to side control now, and they'll reset in the center of the mat.
Ray already taking a couple of heavy shots. Yeah, I think I may see some blood coming from the nose, but as some of our folks at home need to understand that we're not going to stop for blood in this one. The fighters will continue, and that's the name of the game in combat jiu-jitsu.
Humans are barbaric at times, right? We want to see blood. We love to see blood, and we love to see combat.
There we go, Cedric just settling his position before he starts to rain down on some of those slaps once again. Ray offering up his back. You know, we're kind of getting into the realms of MMA here, where you would allow an exposure of your back in order to get out of a tough position, but he has to watch out for that head.
Ray scrambling. I look at Ray
Oh,
scrambling.
fantastic. Absolutely fantastic work as he works his way into half guard.
I wonder what they weighed it at, because Cedric looks...
That is an interesting one. I was here this morning when they weighed in. Cedric had to do the old school towel weigh-in, drop all of his rods to make sure that he made weight, but he did, to his credit. Ray came in slightly under the regulation weight. Full professionalism from the Quan Vessel Stadium to ensure that they're on weight.
Absolutely. That's one thing, that one of my bear bugs that we have within the South African MMA jiu-jitsu scene. You know, people just are not held accountable, right? And they don't make weight, and there's no consequences. We need to start developing a culture of some form of, I don't know whether integrity is the right word, but we need accountability, I think is probably the better word, where people are made more accountable for not making weight, where it starts to hurt them.
Sure. Oh, you know, fantastic transition here. Cedric, he's in that quarter guard position. He's got the head attached. He's looking for that arm so that he could get the gift wrap, and I think he's making progress towards that.
Yeah.
But Ray turning his back down to the mat, back into this half guard position. He's got the underhook on the near side, but he's going to have to address the arm around his neck if he's going to make progress from here.
Half guard, fight for that near side underhook, and then basically start his underhook series. You know, to try and get back on top and to try and escape that. But Cedric here trying to pass the guard, force the knee through.
after a couple of heavy slaps coming down, both fighters have really settled. I think Ray's yet to get a shot off, but you know, between the two fighters, Ray is the more systematic type player, very stoic in the way that he goes about his business, and Cedric was always going to come in as the more aggressive fighter.
Yeah, so I think Razor actually got one slap in, if I'm not mistaken, when he put Clyde in the guard. But yeah, you rightfully said, he hasn't really had a chance to unleash those slaps. 5 stars, as I call them.
It's a great shot there by Cedric.
I feel them from here, bro.
Most definitely making his presence felt, and then utilizing, you know, part of this combat jiu-jitsu game is that you utilize those slaps to open up entries into better positions.
Exactly.
And
because
ultimately try force.
Obviously the opponent needs to come defend, protect his face, or protect where you're hitting, which hopefully leaves gaps and opportunities to do something else.
Quickly approaching the 5-minute mark in this matchup. Once again, to remind our folks at home, there is a title on the line. It will be the first combat jiu-jitsu title from the WTA format. And there we go, Raymond making his way on top in the front headlock. This is probably one of the first positions.
This is Ray's signature, right?
There we go.
Ray loves
dropping down into the anaconda. He's going to try place those legs over the top. He needs to connect his hip to Cedric Doyle's hip. And if he can, he'll be very close to ending this matchup.
That is tight. That is tight. I mean, Cedric is turning red there. Ray's just going to...
Oh, there we go. Ray taking full advantage of getting to the back and unleashing a couple of slaps himself. I'd say they were a little lighter than what was felt by Cedric, but fantastic jiu-jitsu on offer here, ladies and gentlemen.
Great to see the attack and the transition from when he was at the bottom to basically, you know, that... I'm a great believer. Underhook, so underrated. People underrate underhook so much. For me, before you even teach somebody an armbar, I think the first thing that should be drummed into youth players, fighters, should be that underhook, should be just drilled into them, because if you don't do it enough, you'll never get up.
Cedric attaching himself to the head and getting into a north-south position, but Raymond keeping the connection around the head, and he's looking for Ezekiel from the bottom. He's punching that fist into the throat, creating an opportunity.
Yeah, so that's going to cut blood supply off, right? And it's killing it up now.
That's those two.
That's essentially what he's trying to do.
Nice. What a scramble by both of the competitors tonight.
Brilliant.
Well, this fight is living up to expectations.
As expected. Now we just need to see a few more slaps.
Well, we have top talent on the show, ladies and gentlemen, and you wouldn't expect anything less, particularly if you're fighting for a title. They are most definitely going to leave it all out on the mat. Raymond finding the top half position right now. Cedric offering up some slaps from the rear end. He's going to have to watch out for the back of the head. I don't believe that component of it would be legal, but referee Bobby... definitely good oversight on the action.
So I think Ray he turned pro, didn't he? He had a pro MMA debut earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are correct.
So it'll be... He's used to being in these combative situations. So Clyde's going for a single leg, and Ray just basically sprawls and defends that. And...
dropping back down.
Dropping back down. Now he will get the knee in, sit through, leg over to try and
Once
finish.
again looking for that anaconda position, and now he had the attachment against the hips, trying to move his hips further afar, but now locking his legs over the arms, that will make it all that more tighter.
That is very tight. I hope he doesn't abandon and he just keeps at it. So he's got to break him down, which is what he's doing.
There most definitely seems to be a strategy here for Ray to to hunt this particular submission tonight. Given the body mechanics that Ray has at his disposal, and this is a high percentage move for him. Also, you don't necessarily blow out your arms too far in this position.
Correct. So what he needs to do is just basically make that bicep connection a little bit tighter. But he's doing super well in terms of putting those arms on the hips to stop Ray coming up and basically mounting him.
There we go. Both competitors get back on their feet with 1 minute left to go. And this is all action. Finding themselves in the guard. Cedric trying to pass to side control and probably use the rest of the time to get a couple more strikes in. But as we're looking at this, Cedric gets into the mount position.
Nice. I'm in triangle here, but Ray's defending.
Attempt.
Needs to kind of dismount a little bit and come to the right. But
he's looking to try to take him over on that sweep, but now settling down. Cedric dismounting.
He needs to sprawl out.
Would look to get that chest onto the floor. Ray's got 15 seconds on the clock to
hold up.
Try to ride this
seconds.
out.
Absolutely. Ray won't tap.
Lots of attention from the crowd on this match tonight. Pure excitement in this combat jiu-jitsu format. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This fight is going to overtime. Fantastic resilience by Ray over there right at the end. Cedric put maximum effort into trying to finish that in regular time.
He spent a lot of time on the top there for a while. And Ray's resilience obviously came through. To fight back and basically, have his own submission attempts. I think two very, very well executed. Obviously, just couldn't finish in terms of getting to that mount position or basically connecting his hips to finish that the anaconda. But
and it seems as though Ray won the coin toss, so the decision is his. Trying to get a few deep breaths, and they're both competitors going to their corners, getting a little bit of advice, get some order in.
If you won the coin toss, what would you do, Ty?
I'm going to the back all day long.
Okay.
All day long.
First or?
I would want to set the tone by taking the back first, ensuring that I understand what needs to be done in the second half of the match.
Yep.
The system that we have at Quan Vessels readies us for this situation. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Ray systematically follows the cues that he needs to.
Indeed. Well, you can see how tight he is with that chest-back connection. His head is in the right position. He's got a body lock on now, and he's not letting that head move, right? So he's trying to break all the Cedric's posture there. Oh, nearly. Oh,
there we go. A fantastic escape by Cedric within 19 seconds. It's going to be a difficult one for Ray.
Ray's slippery, eh?
He is slippery, but that was fantastic effort by Cedric.
Absolutely.
And 19 seconds, what tends to happen in these situations, and hence why I said I'd love to go first, is because now you know that all you have to do is hold on for dear life. You understand what's at play here. Ray, oh my goodness! Absolute screamer from Raymond Akat.
I told you.
Razor Ramon. And we have the...
I've rolled with this guy, and I promise
big man
you.
Justin Archer. What an effort.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. That's fantastic.
And there we see another title head back to the Quan Vessels stable. After Monique Maus van Staden and Warren King, we now have Raymond Akat going to have the strap put around his waist. And the crowd really appreciating it. Cannot say that he did not deserve to run that out. It took
With
a lot
that
of
escape,
punishment.
just that escape alone.
Just that escape.
It's worth its weight in gold. lovely camaraderie there. We see Warren King shaking hands, obviously, with the opposition corner. And there we have it, guys. We have a newly crowned Razor champion. And look what happened here. He's getting promoted. He's getting his purple belt. Brilliant. That's fantastic. What a nice touch.
What a fantastic touch.
What a nice touch.
Raymond joins a couple of purples out at Quan Vessels, including the gentleman right next door to me. And he makes his way up to CS to give us a couple of words. Over to you, CS.
Raymond, 2 reasons to celebrate tonight. You must be on top of the world.
Hey, 2 belts for 1. I wasn't expecting this, but yeah, I'm grateful. Like, this whole camp, a lot of adversity that I've had to go through, like the ones close to me, they know what I've been through just to get you in one piece. And to pull this off, like, the voice in your head can get so loud sometimes. It starts like really trying to talk you out of things, you know. I mean, yeah, when these moments happen and everything comes together, it just makes it worth it. So,
yeah, well, you had some incredible support here tonight, up against a formidable opponent. What was the strategy? Because you knew he was going to be aggressive.
Yeah, so I knew Cedric was going to bring out the best of me in the sense that sometimes you have an opponent that's not like aggressive and doesn't like come for you and doesn't try to hurt you, and sometimes that forces like passivity out of me. So knowing that Cedric was going to be coming for me, bringing that aggression, everything like that, I think it helped me rise to the occasion. I feel like I took a couple minutes to kind of switch on, but once I was going, yeah, I felt like I finally found my flow, and yeah, it all worked out, man. Like,
well, you've made history tonight. What's next for you? I mean, let it all sink in, I suppose, but what's next?
So just get a bit of a recovery in and then get ready to either take an MMA fight or defend my belts in December, depending how my body's feeling. But I'm feeling pretty good right now, so I think it could be a good option.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Raymond Razor Afirca.
And yeah, I think in terms of the welterweight title, it's 2 fitting guys. I've been around for quite a while now. Des obviously as well. So I think we're both deserving of where we are and what's coming. And I think yeah, it's going to be a good scrap. I've just got to be the best I can be. So that's kind of where my mind's at, being the best I can be, because I know he's going to bring the best that he is. So as he always does. So he's always game. Look, I mean, it's basically 10 minutes of a life that we just got to put aside. I mean, I'm coming to do what I want to do, what I need to do, and what I think I need to do, and what I want to do, and he's going to do the same. So like look, I mean, when we step on there, I know he's not going to hold anything back. So I'm taking that in as well. Like I know Desley, I've competed against him before, and I think if anything, it would be more disrespectful if we didn't give each other our all because we're friends.
I do not for 1 second think that like I should take anything easy with Chris, because yeah, and over the past year or two since they started the gym, and he's moved more into like a competitor instructor. He's taken more responsibility in the sport, and he's now participating in the growth of the sport. So yeah, I do respect him, got a lot of love for him, but yeah, come fight time, it's no love lost.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in an absolutely stacked welterweight division, these 2 giants stand tall. 2 veterans of the game, once training partners, now in opposition camps, but all the respect in the world. CS, please take us over for this wonderful title fight that we have on offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the pinnacle of the Super Fight card, brought to you by Smack Solutions. Two of the country's best and most informed athletes will battle it out for the vacant welterweight title. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, representing Creange BJJ. Please welcome Chris Steenkamp. His opponent, the man they call the Night King. From the blue corner and representing Henzo Gracie Cape Town, please welcome Desley Faithful. The referee in charge is Kirk Bloomer.
Well, our second title fight for the night, Chris Steenkamp versus Desley Faithful. As I said, you know, two absolute stalwarts of the game in an incredibly stacked welterweight division. But nobody can argue that these are the two that should be fighting for the title.
Absolutely. And again, we'll see a very high-paced technical fight, as we've seen the opening exchanges here with neckties, foot sweep. There's basically trying to regard there.
Incredible action, and you know, we're only 15 seconds into this matchup, but that's exactly what these two competitors promised this to be.
I think they need to push the pace, right? Because it is a submission-only fight. You know, guys need to be looking for subs, not looking to stall or be passive with certain things. You know, you got to go out there with intent. The intent is to force your will upon the opponent.
Well, there we go. We saw the patented Aidan Griffith throat post going on there. second time this evening that we've seen that.
Very controversial throat post. Some people have another name for it. I probably wouldn't say what it is on air, but
I think we're gonna have to bleep that out if you accidentally slip up. But back to the action here. Desley utilizing those butterflies to get onto a 2-on-1 on that arm and inverting, searching for that leg. He's backside 50-50, starting to fall onto the front side, and now looking to attack. But wonderful work by Chris to get that knee line out, and now they find themselves in the exact same position as started.
That was phenomenal the way he got out of that. There's a couple of options that he had there, right? He had the heel, he has got a toe hold. You know, you can, if he was high enough, you could have transitioned to a knee bar. So. Try arm drag here with the butterfly.
You know, Desley once again aiming for the 2-on-1 connection on the arm in order to utilize it for an opening. He likes that seated guard position, shin on shin right now, but he's switching out from that seated guard into different positions.
So he's kind of playing a seated guard with a sort of a reverse De La Hiva.
It's a little Nicholas Marigali going on.
Yeah. Now he's got a Z guard with a butterfly, and there he goes again trying to enter the legs, controlling his hips, controlling his arms, kind of managing that distance until he's happy.
Shin on shin again. If he's going to make that effective, he's going to have to bring Chris over to the other side, but he just looks to sit back into that butterfly. You know, we've been paying a lot of attention to the work that Desley's doing, but make no mistake about it, Chris has made sure that he addresses each of those situations. And sometimes the movement of Desley into those different situations is forced by Chris having a solution for it.
100%, 100%. And we sometimes forget, right? The way they're neutralizing each other is obviously very knowledgeable technical skills that are being offered and displayed, which is why, you know, we're seeing all these transitions and, you know, the position's not sticking because clearly, you know, they understand what's going on. They use that to get on top, as you can see there. What does he have there? Oh, they're off the mat. Well done, Kirk.
Fortunately, both competitors finding themselves slightly off of the mat. Both the referee and the technical staff helping out there. I'm not entirely sure how they reset this position.
It's going to be interesting. I think it's set them up standing up.
May have to go back to a replay in order to see exactly the position that they found themselves in, unless competitors can come to an agreement there. I think that's exactly what
Kirk's going to do.
Trying to offer up here.
For a replay.
Let's look at this replay that's underway right now.
He's attacking that arm, trying to put a Kimura on.
Just looking at that arm clamp. Kind of an arm crusher with the leg against the back of the neck, offering up that potential of the inverted triangle. But it's a very, once again, a difficult position to
recreate. So they're going to start them standing up, I think. That's probably...
Excellent work there by Chris. You know, both competitors slapping hands and getting back to it, letting that one go. Chris heavy on the head, and Desley rolling out of it, making sure that he gets back into his preferred position. He's most definitely targeted this position.
Yeah.
Lots of exchanges in that seated L position, looking for reverse de la Riva into a couple of inversions.
Yeah.
Shin on shin.
And we forget, right? As we said earlier, these guys were teammates before, so I'm sure there's a long history of them knowing what each other likes to do, what they do. So, you know, there's a big chess game going on at the moment. You know, one trying to get the better of the other one, but.
And one of the beauties of this game is that you learn as you go along, and then like what I mean is you learn as the match goes along. So you saw Chris trying to force a chest and chest half guard, but Desley is now putting that high knee shield up, something that he wasn't doing earlier in the match, ensuring that he doesn't end up in that same chest and chest position. So it's just, this is absolute high level jiu-jitsu at its best.
It's adaptability as well, right? To be able to read those patterns and adapt to them. And he's obviously adapted quite well because there's no more attempts from Chris to basically get that chest-on-chest pressure. Ooh, nice little headbutt there.
A little bit of a head clash there, but both competitors understand you keep going until either the whistle goes or the referee tells you to stop. Instructions coming over from Chris's camp to pummel across those legs. Heavy on that necktie. Desley looking at that throw by. Chris definitely trying to use some physicality here to probably initiate back into that front headlock position, but does a very good job in staying on the mat. I think we might need a reset here, and that's exactly what we're going to get.
Nice takedown attempt there.
We have just crossed the 5-minute mark, but this match has absolutely flown by. Just action-packed and everything that we could have asked for in a title match.
Yeah, I've been glued at the screen, just basically engrossed in the fight. Wasn't even looking at the time. But as they say, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. Hand tie up there on the one end with the kind of heavy collar tie. Looking for some trips.
Foot sweeps.
Yeah, we haven't seen much judo this evening. No Tai Toshis, no Uchimaras.
No Uchimaras, not yet.
All competitors opting more for a wrestling heavy game and or obviously pulling guard.
Yeah, I think wrestling these days is key to jiu-jitsu, especially in the no-gi fight. You know, I think a lot of competitors pull it.
Fantastic sprawl there by Chris. Really difficult to tell this one apart, Mr. Gutu. If this was going to halfway point referee's decision, would it sit in the red or the blue corner?
Oh, Cook has a habit of falling, doesn't he?
Cook finding his way on the floor himself, but you know, he's an utmost professional as well. He's back up there and brushes it off and just continues with it.
Absolutely. To answer your question, Ty, at this stage, it's probably a draw for me, eh?
Okay.
It's probably a draw.
Bipartisanship there.
They're both attacking. They're both defending very well.
Fantastic attempt at a leg sweep there.
Yeah. So they're fighting for inside control. The key in jiu-jitsu always is the inside control. If you can win the inside, you know, that's kind of half the battle.
Another near fall off of the mat. This is an incredible match. We're going to have to find a canvas double the size for these two competitors.
But you've also got to take your hat off to Chris, right? Chris could have picked him up and he could have dumped him on the side there, but he didn't. He stopped.
Yeah.
Fantastic sportsmanship, and you know, great to see that, you know, aggressive camaraderie, but obviously the ability to also turn it off when you need to, right? Because there's no point winning by default because the guy's hurt or is injured or whatever it might be.
You make a very good point there.
Very good credit to Chris. I mean, he could have really pile drived him, you know, into the hard floor, but he didn't, and he was very considerate. So great to see.
Okay, folks, we find ourselves into the last 2 minutes of this matchup, and once again, it's been everything that it promised to be. We've got the front headlock here. Oh no, but a bit of an inversion there by Desley. Also, once again, looking to revert to mean in that with those leg entries.
Yeah, so Desley is clearly a bottom fighter. He's very comfortable of playing off his back. He loves that shin to shin, the little half guard with a butterfly. He now needs to obviously, you know, concentrate on capturing that arm on the other side, you know, to effect a sweep. But obviously Chris is very astute to it, and obviously I think understands his game, and isn't putting his weight on the wrong side. So,
a little switch pass there.
Switch pass. Little switcheroo.
Yeah. Both competitors immensely athletic. Desley knocking on the 40-year-old door, but you know, stating that he wants to take full advantage of the time that he has left in jiu-jitsu, has no intention of moving into the Masters division, wants to continue to compete at the highest level in the adult division, and wants to make a last foray into the international scene. Oh, Chris looking for a sneaky toe hold there.
Oh, well, full credit to him, eh? You know, I don't know what his training schedule is like, but definitely, you know, it's respectable. It's something I wouldn't definitely do. I can tell you that now. You know, fighting some of these youngsters these days, you know, especially if they've started early, it's a task. There's a reason why they have masters sections, and but obviously if you're training and you're training well and you're training hard, it makes sense for you to go into the master section.
Great effort by both competitors, and now we found our way to overtime. Probably a point at which they would have wanted to avoid, but there's unfortunately no avoiding it when you see top-class jiu-jitsu that we have witnessed in this fight.
Again, no one has opted for a spider.
Interestingly enough, in the on the WTA circuit, there's only been one competitor across all of the tournaments that opted for spider, and it is the man that decided on back tonight, Christian Kamp.
Interesting.
He may have learned from that lesson. Unfortunately, he lost out in that match. He's looking to maintain the position first, not necessarily looking to threaten. But once again, that's forced by Desley doing some fantastic work to get those hips down to the ground. He's got his shoulders.
He's out. He's lost the back.
Fantastic work by Desley. What is that? 24 seconds? 24 seconds. And once again, the advantage of going first, you know what you need to do. With a 24-second gap, my strategy would be to maintain a control position, maybe go to the double underhooks.
Yep, double unders.
And
you just hold him there.
Out and hold it.
25 seconds. It's 25 seconds to a belt.
There we go.
You can't wipe them down, can you? Oh, it's blood. Okay.
Yeah, for those at home, unlike the combat jiu-jitsu matchup, blood in a straight-up grappling match needs to be dealt with. When you're dishing out slaps, not so much. Okay, Referee Kirk understands what's on stake, so getting the blood off as soon as possible, and now the athlete's going for it, and Chris turning out with a absolutely fantastic showing. Those hips were facing on, and he gets the title for Criange. The corner absolutely is ecstatic.
Ecstatic.
First belt for the gym.
Absolutely.
And you know, Desley looking up at the big screen, not necessarily agreeing with the decision, but I think we've had some high-class refereeing tonight, and Mr. Big L walking up onto the stage to put the title around the winner tonight, Christian Kamp. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen.
What a brilliant fight. Congrats to both athletes. Very technical and very entertaining.
Yeah, and then I would, you know, for people who are newcomers to jiu-jitsu, white belts, blue belts, I would tell you to go re-watch that match. You'll pick up some classic nuances there, and stuff that you can build upon your game. And so it was a great outing. Fantastic. Just a couple of replays here whilst we get set up.
This is that position when they fell off the mat, and there's a big debate as to where they start. Bit confusing. Maybe we can have something in the rule set for next time that if you do fall off the mat, stand up, start again.
There we go. So we're going to hand over to CS right now to speak to the victorious Christian Kamp.
Chris, how does that feel, man? That was a war of attrition.
Yeah, look, credit to Des. He's an animal. I mean, for a guy that's 40, I don't think many guys that can push that. People are laughing, but Des is a fucking animal, man. And like, you know, honestly, he pushed me to a new level, whether I won or not tonight. Like, so credit to him and the guys at Henzo's. They're amazing competitors, and they keep pushing the level up. So credit to you guys, bro.
Chris, how does it feel? I mean, you're one of the stalwarts of the sport. You put your heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears, all the cliches. How does it feel to finally have the welterweight belt over your shoulder?
Yeah, look, it's a surreal feeling. I mean, we work at the gym really hard. You know, I'm up at 4:30 every morning, and I go and work a day job, and then I train at night, and then I come home, and credit to my girlfriend as well. She puts up with, you know, early mornings and late nights. Credit to my teammates as well, but yeah, it's really amazing, to be honest.
I've got to ask you, now that you're top of the pile, what's next? Because, you know, you're the top dog at the moment.
Where's Al and Justin? Justin, who's at 77 with the gi on? Let's do it at a gi with 77 on. I want the next person with the gi at 77.
Chris, congratulations, absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your new champion of the welterweight division.
Again, fantastic action. Chris magnanimous in victory, but also showcasing the camaraderie in jiu-jitsu by highlighting his competitor's performance at the tender age of 40.
And very interesting that he's obviously now calling out for a shout in the gi.
Well, you know, the one problem that is presented is that the man in his corner is one of the top welterweight contenders, so he may have to contend either the current belt or that gi belt against a very dangerous Dylan Miguel Carrera.
Absolutely. So that's going to be quite interesting what they do with that. But anyway, we are moving on, aren't we?
Moving on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown one more champion tonight. It has been a remarkable night here at Winner Takes All 7, and we've watched these two athletes rid all comers to get into the final matchup. One of them will be leaving with a Glacier portable ice bath and 10,000 Rand, as well as the coveted light heavyweight title. From the red corner, please welcome Brandon Bad News Nordia. His opponent from the blue corner, please welcome Jason the Vanilla Gorilla Durant. Your referee, Bobby Karajanidis.
Well, we are in the business end of tonight. Taffy, probably one half of the finalists that people would have expected, the other half not so much. Not taking away from either competitor, but you know, a fantastic showing and a lot of experience by Brandon to bring it to the final. As we see Jason trying to enter the legs there. We talked about we hadn't seen much judo on offer tonight, but there was a leg trip on offer there.
Yep. So for me, it's interesting. The young man has clearly maintained his approach to the game and stepping up to the plate, as he rightfully should, because he should be here. I mean, he's won 2 fights, and this is his 3rd, so it's going to be interesting. Bad News is obviously a little bit more experienced, and I don't know, it looks heavier as well, right?
Yeah, bad News, I believe a number of weeks ago was walking around at 111 kgs. So a lot of weight drop to get to the 93 kg limit. Made it quite comfortably, but you know, 3 matches in may have a heavy toll on your gas tank. But we can only assume, not judging from the performances though. I mean, this is the man that is in the final. And then on Jason's side, you know, he's young, he's aspirational, he's trying to look to make his way to Poland. And with performances like this, maybe...
Did he compete at Cape Town at the ADCC? Why didn't he compete there?
No, he decided to concentrate on the winner takes all. And but this is why this competition is so important to him, because the prize money could help him get out to Poland.
I see.
Yeah. So opting to fund his own way there.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
There we go. Some, you know, reminiscent of the earlier matches from Jason's standpoint, looking to close that guard, break posture, probably start to scoop one of those legs. Opens up the guard, looking to potentially enter there. Shoulder crunch on offer as he starts to spin into potentially an omoplata. No, legs are too low there. Focusing now on the leg entry.
When I see people inverted, it gives me chills, especially heavyweights or light heavyweights. You know, big guys shouldn't invert.
I'm having some nightmares from a Luke Griffith inversion.
Indeed, indeed. So it's going to be interesting what happens here.
But it kind of just shows how far the game has come. When at least when I got into jiu-jitsu, you expected
Big Dan inverts all the time.
Well, that's exactly
Big Dan inverts all the time, but. And I'm being facetious by saying big guys shouldn't invert, but you know, it all comes down to practice as well.
Sure.
But when one of your training partners is chef, you will pay. You're gonna pay either way, but so you know, not really looking to invert most of the times, but
Okay, back into this favored position of Jason right now. This close guard
does love this
looking
position
to
and then look
isolate
for-
that arm,
Yeah.
maybe for an arm crusher, and then he opens up that guard, probably opting. Oh, there we go. Top lock was on there, but chose to get back to the guard.
Can't can open.
There we go.
Just thinking about a can opener there, I think.
Some fantastic cornering coming out of Brandon's end. He's listening well to that advice, and that's really extinguishing these potential attacks and setups from Jason Durant.
Goes overhook.
Five minutes on the clock now as we start to get to the last 5 minutes that we will see tonight. If bad news makes it to, or if bad news ends up in the overtime rounds, that would be 3 overtimes.
He's trying to get that buggy choke again, but bad news countering it quite well.
He's looking at that folding pass. He's getting around the knees on the opposite side. But, oh, there we go. Another attempt towards the buggy choke. As you remember, against Wade Henderson, this was the beginning of the end for him.
Indeed. And this is tight, eh? This is tight.
There's a lot of pressure happening there, but you can see that Jason's struggling to get the crease of his arm behind the knee line, and then you need the crease of the arm over there, otherwise you're just really extending your own arm. Oh, fantastic conversion from the north-south position to regain his guard. But once again, Brandon looking to clear that knee line, get over the top on that chest-and-chest half guard. He's not entirely there, but he's in a very good position to complete that move.
He's just pushing, bad news is just pushing the pace now, right? In terms of pressure, staying on top. You know, exactly what we've been talking about earlier is just maintaining that weight at the top to ensure that your opponent basically is expending more energy than you are.
Which is quite incredible given the time, once we say again that he spent on the mat tonight, and the weight that he dropped to make this light heavyweight division. Brandon choosing to disengage there, not staying within that guard.
I think, yeah.
But then once again flattening out.
Jason's buggy choke is quite effective, as we saw earlier, or as Wade learned earlier. So if somebody does that and takes somebody out in a well-stacked bracket, it's important to pay attention and adapt to it.
The inversion by Jason once again, but Brandon wise to it, trying to drop his posture down and put all that weight on that bottom leg.
There maybe.
Slip in that second arm so that the triangle is not threatened. And we have 2 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, in this fascinating end to the 8-man. A reminder to those at home, these two competitors on the mat have already gone through 2 rounds of fights tonight. Oh, that's a strong crossface across the face, but as Jason steps up into that mount position, Brandon making sure that he gets those hands to the hips. Jason threatening the smother choke, putting a lot of pressure.
I think he's got something there, because the way Bad News is now reacting.
Oh! And there we go. Fantastic call by my co-commentator, Taffy. Observing that submission attack.
Bro, and, I know it too well, I do it to people.
And we are there once again. You know,
called it. I said, this lady's going to win it. If you remember. As he walked away, I said,
Jason, happy as can be. This will help his efforts to get out in Poland, where he could, of course, showcase further South African skill on the global map.
Beautiful matchup. Great to see. Great talent on show today, Ty.
Fantastic talent on show. Jason gets his hand raised and the belt put around his waist, much deserved. Excellent submission rate throughout the tournament.
South Africa's punching some big tickets, and we've got great talent on display. We've got Chad next week, in the Dana White Contender Series. Obviously Trickers, there's various other guys as well that are doing
Don't forget my friend Monique.
I was going to leave my sister, my angry killer sister,
who will be competing this week on the IBJJF scene.
Absolutely, and.
But let's pause that for a second, because it's all about our champion right now, Jason Durant, as he approaches CS Duplessis. We were looking at a couple more highlights just before we switch over there, and you can see the pressure that he's utilizing on that cross face, but then he drops down into the smother choke and gets the tap.
Smother 101, bro.
Wonderful effort.
Smother, just that pillow under the neck and the other hand to control the head. And come and have some mother's milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with your champion, Jason Durant. How does that feel? You are now the man with a belt around your waist.
Yeah, it feels amazing, eh? All the hard work I've put in for 6-7 years. Reese being there by the side, pushing me, choking me, putting me to sleep. It's been amazing. I'm so grateful for getting this, take it back home to Pesco. I'm sure everybody's happy there. Chris has got a smile on his face. I'm stoked.
It's about time Chris has another smile on his face. Hey, but let's talk about Brandon. How tough was he? Because coming through all these rounds, putting your body on the line, and also let's not forget you're at altitude.
Yeah, fuck. Altitude's obviously a factor. Luckily, I just came up today, so didn't affect me too much. But yeah, Brandon's super tough, super heavy. Yeah, stoked I got another submission, some more cash.
Exactly, and an ice bath, which comes in very handy, right?
Yeah, I'll definitely use it tomorrow. Reese says he wants to do 5 minutes. See how it goes.
I've got to ask you, what's next?
I got Poland in 2 weeks, so I'm going to give it everything I got and hopefully come back on top.
Well, Jason, congratulations. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Jason, the Vanilla Gorilla Durant.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to switch off to a quick ad break.
Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
Straight ahead. At the light. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible night it's been. Taffy and Ty, we've seen some incredible action. We've got 3 new champions. It's been a wonderful night of jiu-jitsu here at Winner Takes All 7, Ty.
Yeah, well, as we were saying at the end of the commentary there, we saw a number of submissions that led to the victory, and you cannot argue with Jason taking the title home. He finished most of his fights with submissions, got taken to the deep end in that semi-final round, but what a wonderful victor. And this is going to help his efforts going over to Poland and flying the South African flag at ADCC trials.
Taffy, it just shows what talent we have on display, and I think everyone who's watched us live and who's been here in the audience has been treated to some top quality jiu-jitsu.
Absolutely. I was just saying to Ty earlier that the skills that have been displayed, especially the South Africans that are coming out, is phenomenal. I mean, you've got Chad Honeycomb fighting at the Dana White Series, Contender Series next week. And there's been a plethora of players and fighters that are coming through, and it's just impressive to see. And I think it'll just continue to grow and grow so long as we have platforms like this, whereby, you know, players and fighters can come and showcase their skills.
Ty, what was your highlight tonight? I mean, obviously Jason was really impressive. We had the woman in action earlier, but what was your highlight? And Taffy, I'm going to get to you now and ask you the same question.
So, you know, I would really, I'd really sound out to all jiu-jitsu practitioners, particularly whites and blue belts, to go re-watch that Chris and Desley fight. A lot of high-level jiu-jitsu going on there, fantastic nuances to the game, different types of leg entries from a single position. So if you want to become a jiu-jitsu nerd, you go re-watch that fight.
Taffy, your highlight?
So I don't have a highlight in one match per se, but the skills that were displayed, especially by Jason, as far as I was concerned, were very, very impressive. For a youngster, 21 years old, he's clearly up there, and I wish him all the best in Poland, and he must carry the South African flag quite high.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Great job on commentary. We hope you've enjoyed Winner Takes All 7 here at Submission Kings. From me, CS Duplessis, our director, Chris Mullman, and the rest of the team that have made this production possible. We'll see you next time.